4. Mic 4 is working. Check, check. Mic 4 is working. How about over here? Is mic 3? No mic 3? No mic 3. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I see what's going on here. Hey, good morning, everybody. Brian here with you. Jake producing. We call it Mornings with Brian Haldane, and clearly we're smooth as butter. Give me a second, everybody. Is mic 3 still? Just put it on. We'll test it in real time. Whoa, okay. It's reversed. All right. That's on. That's off. That's on. That's off. Camera 1. Camera 2. Camera 1. Camera 2. All right. I know it's not a camera. It's a microphone. All right. Hey, I can just go ahead and explain that. I asked for a cough button. Walk in here this morning. Look what I got. I got this handy little dandy thing. More than just a cough button. It's a full-on kill switch. So, shout out. Starting the show off today with a shout out to Bo Wegman. Roll in this morning. Got my own little cough button. That's awesome. All right. I could deal with that. I get a rough 90-second start to the show. The next 3 hours, Cadillac ride. Love it. Hey, we got a big show for you today. Patrick Grimion, host of the Patty G Show, going to be by at 6:35. We've got a couple of different business topics to talk about. Patrick sent me over a few. I sent him over a few. It's all good. One of those topics is gossip in the office a good thing for team morale? I am calling so much BS on this. It was in the Daily Report yesterday morning. We've also got Dr. Bo Clark going to be by this morning. He is talking about opioid deaths as this crisis just it does not seem to wane. Yesterday, the CDC report, not yesterday, earlier this week, the CDC laid out a report of what we saw in 2021. Yesterday, Senator Cassidy put out a press release about it. It's been bad. We feel like we're doing a lot to raise awareness. We feel like we're doing a lot to come up with alternatives, and yet somehow it worsens. Bo Clark, 7:15. 7:35, Crime Stoppers, Lieutenant Don Capola going to be in. It's been a while since we've actually run through some warrants and caught some bad guys. I mean, so much on the crime prevention end, from drug give back week to DEA recruiting to the folks over at iCare. Yeah, we're going to sit down and go through some warrants today, see if we can actually catch some bad guys. And if I can make inappropriate jokes about stupid criminals. In the 8 o'clock hour, Dr. Clint Wilson from LSU is going to join me at 8:15. Dr. Wilson is going to talk about the mid-Barataria sediment diversion and sediment diversions in general. While mid-Barataria is not out there yet, there have been numerous projects that have been, and I want to ask, do they work? What has been the efficacy of them in the past? What other options are there? Oh, by the way. And the folks in the fishing industry seem to dislike them. Is it as bad as they say? We'll talk about all that with Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson, his full title, he's a professor of civil and environmental engineering and the director for LSU's Center for River Studies. I figured if I wanted a scientific answer to this question, he's my guy. Actually, he's a guy. We're going to do a couple of interviews on this. And we're going to wrap up the guest list today with David St. Romain. Songs of Survivors, rapidly approaching. We will talk with David at 8:40. Got to start the show off this morning with... Lost my clock again. So, yes, I am going to need you, Jake. All right. Got to start the show off this morning talking about the abortion battle coming home. And the governor sounding off on it yesterday. There's a bill up in front of the state legislature as of today is when it is supposed to be argued. It is by State Representative Danny McCormick. And this bill, which you'll hear about throughout our news throughout the day, because it's going to be a hot topic. This would declare abortion an act of murder. And it is scheduled for debate today on the House floor. It's House Bill 813. Now, this would punish women who have the procedures. It would punish the doctors who perform them. And it would punish them with prison time. Danny McCormick says his bill seeks to put abortion on the same level as infanticide.
As long as it's not okay to murder a 2-year-old, it will not be okay to abort a preborn baby. That's my goal.
A lot of pro-lifers feel like this is an overreach. Governor John Bel Edwards, who, while he has a D behind his name, is very much pro-life. He was speaking at the Rotary Club yesterday, and he sounded off on this at the Rotary Club, saying, wait, how much time do I have, Jake? A minute? I don't know what that... Okay, there you go. It's a rare day that the governor will sound off saying he is going to veto a bill before that bill is actually on his desk. I don't know that I've heard him do that before. You ask the governor anytime about a veto, and he's very contemplative about it. He's very, well, I got to read the bill. I got to see how it comes over. Because as the bill makes its way through the legislative process, it takes on many forms and fashions. It could be a bill that's written in plain English one day and then be amended to something that does not match what it's supposed to be the next day. It's a rare day where the governor would step up and say, before a bill reaches his desk, no, I'm a fat no. That's a no from me, dog. You don't get that from Governor John Bel Edwards very often. However, yesterday at the Rotary Club,
it is patently unconstitutional because there's language in the bill that says that no Supreme Court decision, past, present, or future, would ever be binding in Louisiana if it was not consistent with that bill.
So the governor says, I'm vetoing it. And then immediately after the Rotary Club, we get a press release. I shouldn't say immediately, 3:27 p.m., we get a press release. My Catholic Christian faith teaches me to be pro-life, which is something I've been honest and upfront about with the people of Louisiana, who I believe mostly agree with me. But House Bill 813 is not a pro-life bill. In addition to the fact that this legislation is patently unconstitutional, which was what the soundbite included, this bill would criminalize the use of certain types of contraception, as well as parts of the in vitro fertilization process, and it could even serve as a barrier to life-saving medical treatment for a woman who is suffering a miscarriage. To suggest that a woman would be jailed for an abortion is simply absurd. We're going to push pause on the whole abortion topic until the last segment of the show. We've got too much other show to do. Coming back, talking sports next on Talk 107.3. Let me go let Patty G in the building. Yeah, blow out all those sound bites. That's my bad, dude. Well, you got a full segment to work on it. I can't believe it. I bring my stuff down here. I'm a creature of habit. As off-kilter as I might seem, I am a creature of habit. And at about 5:20, I bring all my stuff down to the studio. Everything's nice and laid out. Headphones are set up, ready to go. The water's over there to start defrosting because it's been in the freezer all night. And I did not see my little mic switch here. But I now have a cough button. The side part of that is, so after I do that, I go take a crap. And then I go sit in my office and I turn the lights out. Or I find a spot in the building. I should have found another spot in the building this morning. I don't know what they're doing on Government Street, but it sounded like construction going on like inside my brain. are you asking questions like this? I don't understand. What do you plan on getting out of this? Our one engineer has way too much shit to do. This is a quick fix. He has 4 different studios, 4 different towers. He's one guy. He's got the other side of the building where they ask him to. I do. Yeah, now the next thing is just remembering to use the damn thing. All right. 617 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP. Mornings with Brian Haldane rolling right along. Sports time around hell. LSU softball has departed from the SEC tournament. They fall yesterday in extra innings to Mississippi State. Oh, I thought they were going to pull it out. They're trailing 4-2 going in the 7th. 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the 7th, and the little rally starts. Tie things up at 4. They push it to extra innings. They end up losing 7-4. So they'll come home. Still likely going to be in a regional. I don't know if they're hosting. So it's looking like softball in Baton Rouge is done for the season in Baton Rouge. But on the road, maybe not so much. We'll find out next week. Over to baseball. National rankings are all over the place when it comes to LSU. And there are so many different ranking services for college baseball. It's kind of stupid. D1Baseball.com, though, has the Tigers projected as an 11th seed, hosting a regional in the upcoming NCAA tournament. Kendall Rogers, their editor, he's a regular over with Matt Moscona on AFR, says though LSU is flawed, he still likes the Tigers' chances in the postseason.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's some question marks in the mound, but I tell you what, when you look at a lot of teams that are in the top 15, top 10 area, top 20, a lot of those teams have question marks on the mound. You know, LSU, yeah, I mean, you want a little bit more stability on the front end, but this is still a team that when you look at that offensive lineup top to bottom, you can absolutely buy into stock on that.
Now, while pitching is a question mark, there is one guy who has stood head and shoulders above everybody when it comes to performance. That's Mikhail Hilliard. He's delivered all season long. Now, LSU does not have a consistent number 2 pitcher. Rogers says there's ways to work around that.
I think the biggest thing with Jay is specifically from an offensive standpoint, it's hard to find a guy who's better with an offense. And I think when you look at the postseason, it's so much about matchups and, you know, having your hitters in the right positions. And, you know, I think he is one of the best in the game. He honestly might be the best in the game. They kind of did in-game adjustments.
LSU will be hosting Ole Miss in the box this weekend. First game is tomorrow. Here comes Fox Business.
So have you seen that video of that pitcher that throws like 60-mile-an-hour fastballs?
No.
It's like in Major League Baseball. He threw 7 pitches for a whole inning.
Who is he?
I have no idea.
At 60.
Like 60 or 70 miles an hour. So the thing is that he throws the ball so slow, it trips up the batters.
You don't get away with that for very long.
No, he just did. The only thing I saw was 1 inning where he threw 7 pitches and got 3 outs.
Yeah, I could see that for 1 inning. I could see that for... So, I don't understand why... I don't understand why hitters can't adjust to slow pitching. I don't understand why, like, if you've ever played slow pitch softball, it's you get greedy on the first cut.
I'm sorry, 46 miles an hour.
Even worse. You get greedy on the first cut, but it should only take 1 cut to get your timing down.
Dude, it's hilarious. Williams Astudillo?
Look at this fat guy. What are they trying to recreate? Big Sexy?
I guess. I don't know. Get to the actual inning. Like, it's just crazy how he throws this ball and these batters are just like, what? First career appearance.
Okay. Already trailing 10-3. That's why he's out there. Okay. That wasn't a matter of timing. That was a matter of he didn't hit it where they ain't. That guy smoked that ball.
Yeah.
Wait. Hey, morning, Christy. Welcome in, boo.
So that's 2 pitches.
Yeah. He's only got 5 more.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 to one batter and 2 to another.
Roughly.
Look at this guy. God.
46.
Gravity's taking over on this ball. That's 2.
And they're just like, what in the heck?
Ooh.
72. Okay.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. If you're trying to work out the timing of it, that's a 30-mile-per-hour difference. What? One pitch.
Boom.
So two guys smoked the bejesus out of the ball, but they lined out to the third baseman.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's you don't get away with that for more than an inning.
Still, I just saw that and I was like, this is...
It's slower than batting practice.
I don't think I can find one take that I actually like.
We do a whole hodgepodge then. All right. We'll just...
You just Google like hot takes?
It's hard to keep thinking of one every week when it's not the same thing. Like sports, I can just keep going with. I don't want it to always just be sports.
I mean, just do one thing, like flavored coffee's overrated.
Where's my... Damn it!
Yeah, that's the thing with some of them that I'm thinking of. I'm like, you know, I agree with that. And I think you would too.
What?
I don't know, just like a random take.
Gas prices aren't high enough. Hot take.
I like that. Write that down.
I think it should be $10 down.
But you can't argue that. You have no point of argument after that.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Oh. .624 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP. Mornings with Brian Haldane rolling right along. We got Patrick Grimion coming up in our next segment. This is the time, though. We do this every Thursday, and darn it, when I was creating the rundown, I, skipped right over it, and I apologize for that.
Can't believe you, man.
I skipped right over it.
Absolutely blasphemous.
It is time for Hot Take Jake.
So, it was a little short notice, I must say. So, I have
All right,
come
that's
up...
my fault. It's 100% my fault.
Okay, I forgive you. But in this case, we are going to be going through a hodgepodge of different takes. Some I believe, some I actually don't. Either way, it's going to be a good discussion overall. First things first. Crocs are actually some of the best shoes that you can have.
Bravo.
You agree? Or
Colossally. Yes, I completely agree.
Good.
I think Crocs need to expand their brand and
haven't
get
owned
into the
Crocs
work,
in so long.
get into the professional attire market.
Oh, I would, dude, if I could go up to work wearing Crocs every day,
Yes.
I'd be 10 times
I
happier.
don't know how they mastered that foam.
I don't either.
So, but are you saying like redesign the Croc itself so it looks like a dress shoe, or actually have Crocs use the material to make a dress shoe?
Either way, I'm down.
But then I feel like you lose the 4x4
I would say-
design of the Croc. if
I
you
would
make
say
it look
keep
like
the
a dress
design
shoe.
and just make it socially acceptable to wear in business.
So now you're talking about a whole
I don't know
social
about that.
movement.
I don't know about that.
You're
No,
making a
why
whole-
not, man? Go all the way with it.
We just got okay with like jeans.
I'm wearing a polo, and that's kind of a thing, you know? Like, dude.
Yeah.
You know what, though? It's like, can we get our society to where it's just one type of shoe but in different colors? And I think Croc would be the nice answer to that. But Crocs are weird, though, because, like, okay, so if you're in the workplace, you're not going sockless, right? So you got to be Crocs with socks guy.
Or are you?
Not on
Sockless in the
Fridays.
workplace?
How many?
Oh, gross.
How many ladies wear high heels with no socks?
I'm talking about dudes.
Sandals.
No, I'm talking about the guys.
Okay. I mean, What if you're wearing loafers without socks?
Here's what I want to know, though. Why has no one been able to fully replicate what Crocs are doing? That level, that type, that foam, that it has the perfect amount of give and cushion at the same time.
Proprietary information, man.
The only people that can replicate it are Subway's bread. That's a legit thing. There's some of the same ingredients. Look it up. Google it.
I don't think
Google
I've
it
ever
right now.
once had a Subway sandwich and thought, you know what? What if I strap this to my foot?
Hey, yo, this
You ever
kinda
put on a
tastes like-
crock and said, what if I made this an Italian sub?
No, neither thought has come across my brain, Brian.
Hang on. I'm Googling this.
Let me eat an
Please tell
Italian sub
please tell
wrapped
me this
in this
isn't true.
wonderful foam of crock.
Please tell me this isn't true. Was I eating Crocs throughout college?
HuffPost.com, shoe rubber chemical removed from Subway bread. Okay, so they took it out. They did take it out.
Well,
Was it the same material that Crocs use, though? Has that been verified?
I've never toasted my Crocs either.
I mean, maybe you should get into that.
I should.
Honestly.
Hey, and here's the thing. While we're on that, though, and I haven't been to a Subway in a while, y'all, okay, this is going to be a generational thing, and you're just going to be looking at me like I have a arm growing out of my forehead. Whatever happened to the Subway sandwich artist that used to cut the little triangle out of the top of the bread? Now they just cut the bread halfway down. It used to be at Subway they would cut into the bread and then pull out the top and then make your sandwich and then put the top back on it again. It wasn't a straight cut the whole way through. Subway would cut down and across and then back out again. It was a different cut to the bread. Took forever. It was unbelievably inconvenient. I understand why they got rid of it. It was something different that they did that nobody else did.
When did they stop doing that?
I don't
When
know.
did they start doing it?
Because
As long as there's been Subway.
Where did you go to see this? Was it like the first Subway ever?
I don't think I'm that old.
it was on an actual Subway?
I'll tell you right where it was. You know where
Was it on the train?
There's an old man cobbling Crocs on the side of the Subway. It was all of them. It was like no matter where you were, Subway used to cut in on YouTube. Mornings with Brian Haldane on YouTube. Please let these two infants know that I'm not crazy. They used to cut into the bread across and then back out again. It wasn't just a straight shot across. You didn't slice the bread in half.
Okay, question.
The Subway sandwich artist used to like dig a little trench.
It's like a bread bowl sandwich at that
A
point.
little bit, yeah.
Did it make the sandwich better?
I don't know. It made
Which
the
method
experience.
do
It made
you
the experience better.
Which method of Subway sandwich making do you prefer?
I don't know. I've been to a
Preferably
Subway
the
in
one
3
without
years.
Crocs in it.
Right?
I don't know, man. Let me gnaw on some Crocs first before you give that answer.
Dude,
Just saying.
can you imagine the first Subway on a Subway from some dude wearing Crocs?
Yeah. All right. What's next?
Okay. In-N-Out fries, or In-N-Out in general, is overrated. I think it's probably the most overrated burger.
First of all, you should have led with this
I've never been
because we've got 30 seconds left.
Never been to an In-N-Out.
You've never been to an In-N-Out?
In-N-Out is, besides the burger, everything else is trash.
So you're 1,000% wrong. In-N-Out is unbelievable. It's a lazy take that like pawns off of other people who can't get In-N-Out burgers where they are, and they
from
do
Texas. We had In-N-Out. I hate
In-N-Out's California. I know they've moved on to Texas and whatnot. We'd like to get one here as well. It's a take of jealousy, and that's all that it is. Here comes CBS News.
I'm looking up your Subway.
Ha 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 ha! All right. Good morning to everybody on YouTube. I'm here now. Renee, Eric, Byron, Anna, Amber, Anna. I have confirmation. Oh, Eric says I thought it was Blimpies that did that. I don't think Blimpies did. They might have done it too. So Blimpies was where South Finn Southern Poke is now. And Blimpies was so underrated. But you go out of business when you give people that much meat. Anna says, I remember that Subway sandwich. Thank you, Anna. I have
10
confirmation.
to 15 years ago.
Really?
Let me figure out what the date of this article is. So,
Wedge cut. That's a much better
Wedge
terminology than trench.
wait, 10 to 15 years ago, and this article was written in 2011.
I remember back to when I worked.
So that's the 90s, Brian.
I'm Jeff Palermo. The
Hey,
Talk
when I worked at
107.3 Baton
Blockbuster,
Rouge
there was a
newsroom.
Subway
The full
right
House
next
is
door.
set
Was
to
Jake even
debate a bill
alive
that
in
would
the 90s?
consider an
No.
abortion
A
an
little bit.
act of murder and
Like a
send
brief
mothers
time.
who have one to
before Jake
prison.
was born.
Bill sponsor and
According
Oil
to
City
Senate
Republican
Democrats,
Danny
he wasn't.
McCormick says abortion is equivalent to infanticide.
It was like if a mother were to take the life of a 2-year-old, that would
Life
be
begins
equal
on
to
Subway.
taking the life of an unborn child also.
He says he doesn't want
Yeah.
to send
Beginning.
mothers to prison,
Wait,
but he
so
seeks to protect
Subway
children both
used to
in
do
and
that?
out of the womb. Governor John Bell Edwards says he doesn't like the measure.
That
It
is
is
weird.
patently unconstitutional, and it is violative of every person's oath of office.
Subway
And then, like,
sandwich.
and then it give you
Edwards
like
says
one
if
slice
the bill
of
makes
ham
it to
and
his desk,
17
it
pounds
won't
of
make it
lettuce.
off
So
his
basically,
desk. The
it's
bill is on
like
the House floor today. I'm Kevin Gallagher.
90%.
A House panel
It's a bread bowl
investigating the
sandwich.
fatal arrest
And
death
then you
of
have all
Ronald
of
Green
your
is
stuff
moving
on top.
forward with
And then you have,
contempt
like, a
charges
thin little
that would
layer
carry a
of bread.
Right, so when you get the
$5,000
oil and
fine against
vinegar on
former
it-
state police colonel
And
Kevin
yes, they
Reeves
used to
for
use
not
two
turning
hands 'cause they
over
were
his
artists.
personal journals that lawmakers
Jackson
believe contain
Pollock with the oil and
information
vinegar
regarding
on
the
the sandwich.
investigation into
And
Green's
you'd have the
death.
bread on the
Reeves'
bottom.
lawyer calls
Soak
the
it up.
contempt charge inappropriate and unnecessary.
that.
A Senate-approved bill requiring
It
public
looks
schools
wonky,
to adopt
but it has
policies by
It
the
does.
end of the year regarding cameras
does.
to be
And it's not a
installed in
full-on
special
bowl.
education
It was a
classrooms
wedge.
advances to the House floor for final legislative
Get a
passage.
bowl out of something that's
Sandra
not-
Guichard, a mother of 2 special needs children,
How thick?
told the House
Like, how many
Education
C's are we
Committee she
talking
placed a recorder on
It's
her
the
daughter
same size.
when she suspected abuse.
It's the
We heard
same
everything they were
size.
doing.
No, no,
They
no,
were
no.
horrible
It's
to her. They
THICK.
put her down. They were mean
Not
to her
thick
all
like
day.
as in,
I think they were force feeding her for months. She would
not
hold
like
her
Megan
hand
Thee
over her
Stallion type of-
face.
The estimated
consider
price tag for the installation
Yeah.
of cameras
So it was like
statewide is $6 million. And the director of
All right.
Nutrition
That's what I'm
Services
finding.
at
I
the
would've been
Louisiana
done at
Department of
Blockbuster
Health,
in 97.
Jennifer
They
Nicholas,
changed
has this advice. If you're
style
looking for
during
baby
1999
formula,
to 2000.
which is
Pull
right
the
now
off of YouTube.
very difficult to find because of a nationwide shortage.
Like that's what they're saying. What I found is that from 99 to 2001, they made the shift from the V style cutting to the style of cutting they have now. Interesting.
What, the wedge cut?
The wedge cut just baffles me.
So,
Well, I guess it's like if you see anything that was done a different way prior to what it is now, you're gonna think it's weird.
yeah, it's the same amount of bread, so it's not going to affect the ratio.
Like, why did it take a room this size to store a gigabyte worth of data?
Well, that's a matter of advancing technology. This is
Look, they
so-
advanced the cutting method.
Did they advance it though? Then now they've shortened the amount of time it takes because it would take they and then they turn the sandwich around on the other side. They didn't
I
have
think
the
so.
they didn't have the wherewithal to like zip it back around. They had to turn the sandwich.
Or like design a knife that had a V shape in it. You could just
Well, that would have been good.
This just makes me want to have Subway.
I don't think I've ever said that out loud.
Nah, I guess I just have my own experience.
Does Subway bring you back to a good childhood memory?
Not necessarily, but
Family road trips.
there's an employee at the one that I usually go to.
Oh,
that,
so it's
Got a thing
it's
for
a
her?
love affair.
yes.
Yeah.
Shout out my homegirl Aisha.
Aisha?
Yeah. No, I've known her since like the beginning of college. She worked at the Secret Subway, and then
The secret,
Secret
Subway?
In
Yeah,
college,
it's
yeah.
it's on campus at LSU.
I guess this is a good secret because I didn't know it existed.
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's like underneath one of the buildings.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Um,
I'm sure everybody knows about it, but yeah, it's known as the secret. We used to call it the secret subway.
If you have never been on campus before, you would not know there's a Subway there.
Where on campus?
Exactly.
It's by the Greek Theater. It's just across the street from the band hall, the old band hall.
Yep. You come across the Greek Theater into the parking lot. There's like these railings, and it's like
It's a bus stop,
it's-
too.
Yeah. So like you go down the stairs and there's a Subway underneath the building.
Where Rocco's used to be?
Maybe
That's off campus, though. That's across State Street.
This is like on
we're in the
campus.
heart of campus.
Like
It's
you're
literally right next to
underneath
the library.
Yeah, you're like by the library. You're underneath the building
So
where
you're
classes
on
are
the
being
quad
held.
side of Dalrymple.
Yeah.
Yes, but just barely. You're like,
Oh wait, I've been there. I know. Okay, I know right where that's at. Yeah. Okay.
It's a secret Subway.
No, so
I used to go there between classes.
it's the move.
it used to be called something else. So it used to have like a local. It was
Yeah.
a local cafe before
They
that.
still have the branding on there.
like Magnolia or something like
they
that.
still have the branding
Change-
on there.
It's plastered
Yeah.
a Subway sign on it.
Yeah, I remember that.
God, it's The branding on that is so lazy, but it's kind of charming because of how shite it is.
Yeah. It's
We're
good
not
Subway.
on air, I can say that.
The warm cookies.
Oh, dude, don't get me started. Yeah, she probably wouldn't like me saying this, but she kind of just hooks me up with the sandwich. So, it's nice.
I feel like anytime you got food from a student on campus, they were overloading it. Like,
Yes.
they had to hike the prices up to account for the fact that they were not using the proper portion
Well, that's why
control.
Blimpies went out of business.
I don't even know what Blimpies is.
Blimpies was like a Subway or Jimmy's John's or
Jimmy's John's?
That's how Brad Garrett says it in the commercials.
Doesn't make it right.
It's their commercial.
No, false.
It's like saying, let's go to Mathern.
No, that's not like saying that at all.
It's Jimmy John's.
Jimmy's John's.
So we're talking about his pants or something? Like what?
What? Too far. Too far.
Oh. 638 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP. Mornings with Brian Haldane rolling right along. I'm glad to get that confirmation over on YouTube that I'm not crazy. The Subway used to cut their sandwiches differently.
Yeah.
You're still crazy.
No, well, maybe,
that
but
regard,
not about
yeah.
this. Like, I remember this, and this isn't like a Mandela effect. This isn't one of those Mandela effect things. Subway actually used to cut their sandwiches differently. Hey, it's time to talk a little business. Patrick Grimion joins us every Thursday. He's the host of the Patty G Show. What's happening?
Not a whole lot, Brian. The question that still boggles me every time I drive into the studio is what is happening at Electric Depot in that parking lot?
Yeah.
There are so many trailers. There's buses.
Okay.
Like, what is happening?
You weren't talking about the crime tape then. That's a good
Not
thing.
the crime tape.
'Cause-
No, there's like
No,
sprinter
well-
vans, there's buses, there's trailers, there's lights, there's hundreds of people out there.
What
is happening?
It's got to be national treasure, right?
I don't know.
And we know some people over there. We could probably
We need to find out.
Well, I'll find out.
Like on my way here, last week there was maybe a handful of people. This week, both lots full.
Yeah.
I'm talking full.
I was over there. I was at City Roots yesterday.
Yeah, you can't
And-
park in the lot.
What? Yeah, the lot that's on the other side from us, the non-downtown side, they had a couple spots open, but the whole lot,
The whole
on
lot
this-
by the tracks,
yeah, closed or
full. It's completely
Yeah.
full, and there's just people. There's shuttles coming off the interstate, and I'm like, what is happening? So if somebody knows, I need to know.
So, yeah, when I was talking about the crime tape, that actually happened.
Oh.
There was a bloodied man went looking for help at a popular venue near downtown Baton Rouge after he was shot during a meetup that he arranged through a dating app. So he got
catfished?
Well, I don't know if you call it catfish when they pull a gun.
What do you call that?
I mean, this isn't like a Manti Te'o situation.
What do you call that?
I don't know. We got business to talk about. Worker shortage, the Great Resignation. It's affecting.
I think it's the great not wanting to work.
Well, but this is how it started, was with the Great Resignation. Now, the worker shortage, it's looking like, and this is according to the business report, some small businesses are still struggling to hire qualified workers, even as Americans return to the U.S. job market in droves. Hiring and retaining employees remains the top challenge for small businesses, according to a survey of 1,100 businesses by Goldman Sachs, 10,000 small business voices that was out last week. 90% of businesses that are hiring are finding it difficult to recruit qualified candidates for open positions. In general, the job market is sizzling, according to the report. Over the past year, U.S. employers have added an average of more than 500,000 jobs a month. The Labor Department is expected to report. This is from last week. So the Labor Department actually did put their report out on a Friday with another just under 500,000 hires. So small business, gets exacerbated that much more. Why?
Because they don't have the budget to compete with the larger businesses. I mean, you're not going to be able to compete with an Amazon that's going to come in and say, we're going to hire 2,000 people, and we're going to give this long list of benefits and all this stuff. As a small business, you're just, trying to make sure you can actually pay people.
Yeah, but there's something else that goes along with this, though, is like, if you are a small business, you are, like, depending on the small business,
right?
You're used to picking up the slack to begin with.
Yeah, you're used to, and then you think that you're growing to a point where you've got a team that's big enough. So you can start then focusing on expansion and growth and continuing that momentum that you've got within your business. But then all of a sudden, half your workforce leaves.
Okay, why can they not afford what an Amazon can afford to pay per employee? Because, hang on, if Amazon can afford to pay it, then that is what the market demands. So if you can't afford to do business with the cost that the market demands, can you afford to do business?
I think from a benefit standpoint,
I know this sounds like a very anti-small business take.
Yeah, so when you look at, like, for example, health insurance, right? You've got different packages for different employment size. So it gets cheaper the more employees you've got, because that cost is spread over more employees. When you've got 2 or 3 employees, your insurance package as an employer is super expensive. So it's difficult to offer the same set of benefits that you can in comparison to an Amazon if you're a local shop, a one brick and mortar shop. It's just very challenging to match that.
How much of this is about the small business owner personally, though?
What do you mean?
Well,
like people not wanting to work for them?
Yes.
That's a good question. I think as a small business owner, you've got to maybe conduct exit interviews. Ask the people that are leaving, why are you leaving? Determine, is it a burnout issue? Is it a benefits issue? Or is it a management issue? And then if it is a management issue, do you need to have some self-reflection and determine what can I do to change to make my employees stay?
I asked this question because there is a trend of stories coming from Quartz. You ever read from Quartz?
No. What is
great news hub in the business space. Get the Quartz app.
Quartz app, got it.
Bad managers have a knack for making everything worse. It's not just that they're unpleasant to be around, that they communicate poorly and don't ask for feedback, and they fail to give feedback to others. They're also very, very, very bad for business. Humu, H-U-M-U, the workplace software company led by former Google HR chief Laszlo Bock, points out that bad managers are costing U.S. companies at least $960 billion per year. Now, this is looking at it in terms of management where you have that middle management structure, where you have the Michael Scotts of the world, right? But in a small business setting, that guy is or gal is the one who's in charge as well.
They're the one that owned the business.
Right. Now, during the Great Resignation, employees, when they were polled in exit interviews, noted bad management as the main reason for leaving. So
then that's just amplified at the small business level because there's no middle level managers to create a buffer between you and the owner. And so everything that the owner is going through from a standpoint of stress, just working through their problems, it can't be deflected on anybody else. So sometimes it'll come out whenever they're interacting with their employees.
So back to the other story, though, is if this is a bigger problem for small business, I guess my turnaround question is, what is small business doing to remedy the problem?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm assuming.
How can you remedy the problem with the single owner?
By being introspective, by looking in the mirror and saying maybe it's me, by doing something different on a day, doing the same thing every day and expecting a different result. They say that's the definition of insanity, right? At what point do you look in the mirror and say, I need to change? And that's very, very difficult for an entrepreneur. The smaller the business, the more difficult it is, because you're not going to get feedback with that tight knit of a workforce or a team, or that small of a team, not tight knit, but a small of a team. So when I read this article, and I'm assuming you read it the same way, it feels like it's a bigger problem that's affecting small business. But I went back and read it a second time, and I developed my take kind of shifted to: is small business affecting itself right now?
Yeah, and even if you go to the reports and the polls that the business report was quoting from AP News, I think it was 42% of people said it was because of pay. That's why they left their employee. I'm like, okay, well, what about the other 68%? Are they saying that they left because management? There
needs to be a bigger discussion about exit interviews as well.
100%.
And getting honesty out of an exit interview. Because how many people don't want to burn?
Are you going to be honest with the business owner if you're leaving?
Because you don't want to burn the bridge?
Exactly.
Because you want to leave the door open or the window. Right.
It's bigger pay, just the covering that they're using when it's really, I didn't really like your management style.
We got to
come in and you yell at me.
But
all
if
day
I'm in
long.
dire straits and I need a place to come back to, I'll come back home.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, we got a break. We're going to check traffic, check your money now. Coming right back. He's Patrick Gremion. We talk business every Thursday. Let me go say hi to Bo. Had coffee at City Roots yesterday with Chris Spalatin.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, you do. The new small business guy over at the chamber.
Why would I know who he is?
Talked about you.
Wait, what's his name?
Chris Spalatin. You know what? I don't know if he said he mentioned or if he just listens to the podcast. Your podcast was mentioned. I was like, yeah. Patty G. Hustles.
Christopher Spalatin.
Okay. So if I'd said Christopher, would you have recognized?
Sure. Anyways, Chris Spalatin, you had coffee with, great guy,
Yeah.
wonderful individual. Love
Yeah.
what he's doing with the chamber.
Yeah. Please hit the on air. Make sure that's not us. Okay.
We gonna explode?
Hmm?
We gonna explode?
It's WNXX. I get text alerts for that are so convenient at like 1:07 in the morning when my alarm goes off at 3:30. It's even better at 4:58 on a Sunday morning. The Baton Rouge Soul Food Festival is this weekend? Oh, I've got to get somebody on from that.
What?
The Baton Rouge Soul Food Festival?
This weekend?
I guess so. Hey, traffic might have to spill over to the other side, huh? Okay, come back to me for the dead air, because I need to do the... Oh, we haven't done the Veterans promo in a couple days. I'm like way bad about that.
10 seconds.
Well, it ain't going to be today either.
5, 4.
Citizens Bank and Trust bringing you the 5K giveaway, available right now at talk1073.com. Let's put $5,000 in your pocket. Well, that doesn't count as a promo.
Why?
Because it was like 7 seconds. Wow. Got the sponsor's name in and the name.
You got the $5,000 in.
Yeah, and where to go.
There you go.
I mean, if we're going to have a... Okay.
It's the 5th annual?
Yeah. But can we exacerbate stereotypes a little bit by putting... With the red hat, the red shirt, the blacked out glasses. Like, come on, man.
If that's the leader, that's the leader. Sometimes you see somebody, their name's Steve, and you just know their name's Steve. Or a Karen,
What's
and you
his
know
name?
she's named Karen. Yeah. They just look the part. It happens. So Byron says his very reliable source confirmed it's National Treasure filming.
Byron's got the best sources on this.
All right, Byron, thank you. Thank you.
Byron has the best sources on this. So, yeah.
So anyways, as I'm driving into town watching the National Treasure being filmed,
Uh-huh.
it's a massive crowd of people over there. So there's something. How does the movie industry employ so many people that are forced to move around, work crazy hours, potentially not have good management? Is it because it's cool to say you worked on the movie set?
It's upside. It's the upside. It's the upside potential of where your career can go.
If you're holding a piece of tape, though, how long are you holding a piece of tape for before you have that upside? How many years are you willing to put
How
in?
many people buy lottery tickets, Patrick?
That's a good thing. It's a good question.
Is that not the same thing?
You're not wrong.
Okay? It's because if I told you...
So then why in a small business does that mentality not exist? How can I go work for somebody and I'm second in command or third in command or fifth in command with the hopes of maybe he'll go and open a second location and I'll be able to run it?
If I told you I could hand you $208, would you want that $208?
$208 is very specific.
Yes, it is. Then there's a reason for it.
I would ask why you're giving me this money.
No. If I told you could add $208 at the end of the year, you will have saved $208. Would that appeal to you?
Depends on what I got to do.
Not buy lottery tickets. If you buy a Powerball ticket every Wednesday and Saturday, every week of the year, you will have spent $208.
Okay.
So if you don't spend that money, you're up $208.
But I could be.
Exactly. So I'll hold the tape because I work in show business.
Yeah.
Or you can...
So is that just then a quick fix mentality overall?
What do you mean?
The lottery is a quick fix, man. That's a quick fix my problems. Just win the
It
lottery.
ain't fixing nothing
I
unless
know
you
it
win.
doesn't fix nothing, but it's just the mentality, right? If I spend $2 and I win $2 million, all my problems are solved.
This is get rich quick, yeah.
Yeah, in the movie scheme, if I hold tape, it's
653 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP. We're talking small business. Patrick Grimion in the house. We talk business every Thursday. This is kind of evolved to the small business space today because of a report, the Daily Report, about how I still term it the Great Resignation, but the employee shortage at this point is affecting small business at a greater clip than it's affecting big business. And the conversation sort of shifted to what's small business doing in order to fix it. Hey, look, if you are a small business person, if you are an entrepreneur, this should be your mentality anyway. It's me against the world anyway. You're not looking to a big corporation to solve your problems. You jumped off the cliff, the entrepreneurial cliff. You wake up every day with the drive to get it done. How do you morph that to make sure your team is growing along with you and not leaving? A couple of comments from the YouTube chat. Troy says, I see this a lot in startups and early stage companies. The founder or investor is usually not the right business leader. Makes for a tough situation for a VC to invest. VCs, by the way, unbelievably scarce in Louisiana. But it does, though. It does, because now you're looking to take that startup, flip it into something that's going to be very, very large scale, very real on a big scale way. So you've got input coming in from whoever's got the cash, and you've got, no, I've got my way that I want to do this. And this is,
that's how, sometimes that's why a lot
heads
of people don't get their money.
I know.
They say, look, we love the idea, we love the concept. Unfortunately, we just don't see it going the way it should under your supervision.
Now, Anna asks the question that I think we're not going to ever get an answer to. How do those business owners fix the problem if they aren't told what's wrong? I was told I burned a bridge by a coworker when I told the boss exactly why I was leaving. No bridge burned. But if you tell a boss, look, I would love to stay here, but you are an a-hole. You can't do that and get away with it.
And some of those bosses aren't going to take that well. Then they're just going to further the problem and potentially blow up on you, right? Yeah. You say, hey, you're a terrible person. I don't want to work for you anymore. Maybe if you were nicer, I'd work for you. And you're going to get one or two responses. Someone's going to be like, really? I didn't realize that. And then maybe they'll have some self-reflection. But the majority of the time, it's going to be, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. You're the problem here. And they just deflect, right?
Right.
So that is the ultimate challenge of looking inward as not only an entrepreneur, but every person in general. And reflecting, am I the best person I can be?
Self-awareness is probably more valuable in the workspace than it is in a personal life. I don't know if it's more valuable, but to carry it over like that, to be able to look in the mirror and say, am I the jerk? And actually say, yeah, I am.
But once you recognize it, are you willing to then change it?
Right. Or do you provide outlets for it? Take you to another article. I grabbed this one from the Business Report and sent it to you. Workplace gossip can improve a company's culture. I'm calling BS on this one.
Same.
Okay, good.
Same.
Here's the story. Working in person is back, and with it comes the commutes, the dress codes, and office gossip. At its worst, office gossip has the potential to damage relationship and hurt feelings. but studies have shown that at its best, it can be good for business. This is Inc.com. Or
Yeah,
Inc,
I went to the
magazine.
I went to the Inc.com article.
Yep.
They're quoting science says it's best.
Right.
How? Hey, Jake, Brian's a terrible person. I hate this guy, man. And then, like, how is that going to spark a better relationship
Gossip
between you and
can
I?
lead to a culture of self-improvement at work, and healthy gossip is an automatic behavior-correcting tool for your business. This is the biggest load of
Who did they interview?
Research
What
shows
did
that
they
when
research?
reputational information spreads, those ostracized for being socially bad responding by rematching their behavior to the commonly accepted standard. Has this been the experience anywhere? It's been my experience that when gossip starts spreading, there used to be a person up here who would talk about everybody behind their back to the point where if you weren't in the room, you knew they were talking about you.
Yeah.
Like it didn't matter who was in the room. Whoever wasn't in the room was the topic of conversation.
Yeah, and
there was nothing healthy about it.
Unless you have a healthy, open discussion with the person you're talking about, and you get confronted and you can work through it. I don't see how having that conversation behind somebody's back, again, unless you're talking about how great they are and how great of a person they are. But the word gossip is talking bad, right?
Right.
To talk bad about someone, to talk ill, to
Right.
speak ill of someone behind their back whenever they're not around to defend
And when
themselves.
it's behind your back, it's the natural reaction is let them say it to my face.
Yeah, like say what you need to say.
Right. And not in a confrontational way. It can be a confrontational way.
A lot of people make a confrontational.
But even if it's a confrontational way, get it out in the open.
Yeah, like,
Don't
let's
do it
talk about it. What did I do wrong that you feel like you have to go talk to Susie or Sally or Jim and say, look, you're not a good person. Like what did I do? Let's talk about this.
Now
that may open a healthy discussion.
In our last 60 seconds before you get to go, let me turn the conversation this way.
Okay.
If you're the bad boss and you say, y'all talk amongst yourselves, have at it. Make me the villain when I'm not in the room, that's fine. Does that provide the outlet that can diffuse the frustration with the boss because everybody on the team can commiserate?
I think to a point. I think you can get some good, healthy You can possibly get some good, healthy relationships
amongst the team.
there.
You're still the villain.
That's what I'm saying. And I think it may come to a boiling point if maybe one day you've got all this buildup of the boss is the villain, and they do something, and then now you have an entire team saying,
Mutiny!
We're out.
Yeah.
So that's where it gets to a certain point. Maybe some discussions of, oh yeah, they're just breaking our backs, making us do all this stuff. Oh yeah, but we're here together. Maybe that.
Well,
but to a certain point, you're gonna, like you said, build up a mutiny, and you're out.
Yeah, I've seen it that way, and I've seen it get to that point. It's a bad point. What's on Patty G Show this week?
Barton Howard is on the Patty G Show with Tubo Cigars. It's a very creative design. Check it out.
Very cool. You know where to find the Patty G Show everywhere you get your podcast. Here comes the CBS World News Roundup. All right, thank you much. I wanted more time on this one. Because I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it.
Did you read through the Inc. article? The Inc.
Yeah.
article?
Yeah.
Like, who are you?
It's bullshit.
Who are you talking to?
Right.
I'm reading through the Inc. and they're like, according to science, we interviewed these people, and they all said it creates a healthy banter in the workplace.
It doesn't create a healthy banter. It creates divisiveness.
It does, and if it is the boss that you're talking bad about, as soon as the boss walks in the room, everyone's like, shh, shh, shh.
Right.
We're working.
Right. But if
We're
it's a coworker, then it's like, you know what? Tim doesn't carry his weight, man.
Yeah, and
Tim just doesn't carry his weight.
And then
when Tim walks in the room,
the managers.
Right.
And then the managers have a conversation with Tim. Tim, what's going on, man?
And
everybody in the office is talking about you.
It takes less than a week from Tim doesn't carry his weight to get to F Tim.
Yeah. And at that point, anytime Tim sends you an email, hey, can you help me on this project? Nah, I can't.
No, bro.
My workload capacity is at max. Then you have Tim being ostracized, and then Tim's like, I don't want to work here anymore. I'm going to go find a different place, and they're out.
So when it is the boss, though, I have seen it in situations where the rest of the staff can commiserate, but there is, like you said, there's a tipping point to that. I've seen it 2 locations personally where there's a change at the top, and that change has affected everybody's workload, methods, all the things where it was a well-oiled machine, and then all of a sudden, like, people are getting fired, and we're going to change this, we're going to change that. The beatings will continue till morale improves, and it just, like, everybody worked out of a level of miserableness to where you adopted that Peter Gambon's Office. Have you seen Office Space yet? No. You were supposed to see Office Space a year ago.
Yeah. No.
when Peter sits in with the Bobs and says, it's not that I'm lazy, it's that I don't care. My goal is to get through the workday doing as little work as possible. And once you've got that mentality trickled all the way through, you're not getting it back.
Yeah.
Because the goal is to do as little as possible without getting fired. And if you get fired, oh, well, I was miserable to begin with.
It doesn't matter. You don't care. Now, I wanted to get into the scene from The Office where Michael goes around after he finds out that Stanley's cheating on his wife and then starts telling a whole bunch of other rumors.
I've seen a couple episodes of The Office.
It's like, you'll forget about it. But like he goes around and starts spreading all these different rumors about everybody. So then there's like a rumor about every single person in the office. And they're all like, wait, who did you hear that from? Who did you hear that from? It's like they all go back to Michael spreading all these rumors.
Right.
And they're like, what's going on?
And you can network it all the way back down to the one guy.
Yeah.
And that's so kill the mics, please.
Nobody wants to work anymore, right?
But
So it's all we worked in the snow uphill both ways.
Yes. Oh, kids are lazy. Participation trophies.
Well, it was 105 degrees outside.
Uphill both ways. We didn't have those internet. I had to walk across the living room to change a channel on TV. Let me go grab Bill.
Had to make a 6-foot pole just to switch channels. See you, man.
Hey, I'm going to put you in touch with Chris. Y'all need to connect. Start throwing a little, because it's going to be, I went in on what the Chamber's doing to grow small business here in town. I think it'd be great content for you. I think it'd be great content for me. I think it'd be advertised the right way. But he's the guy to start this. Appreciate it. Am I bad-mouthing an entire generation behind their back by saying it's a generational thing to talk about people behind their back? I don't think it's a generational thing. I just think the examples that I've seen. What's happening? Going all right. Just got to knock out my top stories and trending, and then we're coming your way. Oh, I know. We definitely have problems. No, it's J.D. Cody. He does the whole bite and booze thing. His name's Patrick Grimion. He hosts a podcast called The Patty G Show where he focuses on basically entrepreneurship. And it's a really good show. Okay. Let's. Good deal. .706 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP Mornings with Brian Haldane, rolling right along. Hour 2 coming your way right now. Brian here with you. Jake producing. Busy hour this hour. We'll have top stories and trending for you in just a minute. We will have the outside in to close out the hour. In between that, Coroner Dr. Bo Clark is in studio. We got to talk opioid deaths. I really want to talk about the pandemic as well because Was it last week we saw one day where statewide there were only 2 COVID deaths? I know the governor's not going to exhale until there are 0, but if you've been following the numbers for the last 2 years, to see 2 is remarkable. And then one day this week we had 1. So where are we at right now? But we'll talk about the opioid crisis. Going to talk a little bit about homicides as well. Coroner Dr. Bo Clark in our next segment. And then Lieutenant Don Coppola from Crime Stoppers is going to be by at 7:35. We'll see if we can catch some bad guys. Hey, you heard that forecast from Marissa Nuzzo talk about the thunderstorms coming back this week? As we were coming into right before the open for the second hour. We are at a 40% chance of rain today. I know it's still looking like it, but it keeps getting pushed back. Like every hour that rolls by, the storms look like they're pushing back by about an hour. When I checked the forecast last night, it looked like around 4 p.m. we would start seeing a chance of rain. Well, as of this morning, as of right now, that's now pushed back to 7 p.m. So it's looking like our afternoon drive might have some clouds out there, still be in the 90s, but we're not looking at the rain until a little bit later on in the evening, provided you can get home before 7. After that, though, Marissa also prepping us for tomorrow morning, where it's looking like, as of right now, looking like we'll have about a 40% chance of rain through tomorrow morning drive. And then tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, it ramps up a little bit more severe than that. But we are at that time of year, though. Those spring showers can get nasty. All right. By the way, within those spring showers, if it's raining and you're out on the road, your chances of getting into an accident do normally increase a little bit. If you find yourself in an accident, you know where I'm going to send you. Complete Collision Center. They've got 2 locations, Plank Road up in Zachary and Perkins just east of Bluebonnet. The folks over at Complete Collision Center, they make sure that you and your family's safety on the road is their primary concern. And in order to do this, they make sure that they are trained on the latest techniques to fix your car. Not just make it pretty again. Get down to the skeleton. Get down to everything underneath. All the possible hidden damage, they know how to find that. Replacing all the safety redundancies that are built into your car. They're certified by more than a dozen manufacturers to get that done. Check them out online at CompleteCollision.com, CompleteCollision.com. Learn about the iCar Gold Class certification while you're there. If you need them, their phone number, 768-9898. 768-9898. Don't let who you choose to repair your vehicle be your second accident. Check out CompleteCollision.com. All right, time for top stories and trending. Let's hit it. YouTube. Yeah. This is one where I saw the memes before I saw the news. Amazingly, authorities did not receive complaints about renegade ATV riders seen driving across the new bridge on Tuesday. An image circulating on social media showed dirt bike riders and an ATV rider popping wheelies as they drove from Baton Rouge over the river on I-10 and then exited in West Baton Rouge. Shocked commenters posted reactions about the insanity of the riders taking to an already notoriously dangerous stretch of interstate. Authorities in West Baton Rouge pursued the vehicles but stopped out of fear that the ATV riders would crash and hurt themselves or other drivers. Similarly, police in Baton Rouge didn't receive complaints about a bicyclist seen in another post last week purportedly cycling in traffic near the College Drive exit on I-10. The popular Capital grocery store in Spanish Town opened up again yesterday after being burglarized Monday night. The crime was caught on tape. Surveillance video from around right about 9:30 Monday shows a person riding a bike, stopping in front of the grocery store, then throwing a brick right through the front window and making their way inside. Quote, he came in, couldn't get the register open, took the entire register with him and left, said the owner of the Capital Grocery, Annie Haynes. It took the accused just 28 seconds to make their getaway. Haynes says there are only 2 words to describe how she feels: gross and violated. Side note, if you can handle carrying a cash register on a bicycle, I mean, bonus points as a criminal, right? A wild video showed what appeared to be a school bus driver using pepper spray on an unruly rider who was purportedly a school system student. The video was posted by a social media account on an Instagram page that shares videos of fights that happen inside schools. The video was shared Wednesday. It shows the Terra High campus in the background and a school bus marked East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. The video was posted shortly after school ended for the day. That video shows a person who appears to be a student arguing with the bus driver. The student steps onto the bus and seems to grab the driver. When the two shove each other, the driver sprays the student with pepper spray. The East Baton Rouge Parish School System says the matter is currently under investigation. Going to have to wait a few weeks to find out about St. George. A judge is going to decide in the coming weeks whether or not the city is allowed to move forward and become their own city, though the protracted legal fight is expected to drag on even after that decision is made. Everything wrapped up in court yesterday, the proposal to split St. George from the rest of the capital city. This was voted on at the polls more than 2 years, well, just about 2 years ago. No, over 2 years ago. The 2019 fall election, 54% of the people sounded off. Though the judge's decision is imminent, the long-running dispute is likely going to be appealed regardless of which side comes out the victor. Was talking about this with Patty G a little while ago. A bloodied man went looking for help at a popular venue near downtown Baton Rouge after he was shot during a meetup that was on a meetup arranged through a dating app. BRPD said the victim, who was shot multiple times, showed up at Red Stick Social on Government Street somewhere after 10:30 p.m. Tuesday. Police said the shooting happened on Spain Street, about a block from the club. Employees say they were closing up the bar when the victim stumbled in asking for help. They took proper action until paramedics and police arrived. The victim was taken to a hospital. That victim is expected to survive and delete that dating app. Those are your top stories. Here's a look at what's trending this morning. Oh, did you see the story out of Florida? Got a flight coming from the Bahamas into Florida. A passenger with no flying experience went all Ted Stryker on it. He radioed an urgent plea. That's a reference to airplane, if you didn't get that. Radioed for an urgent plea for help when the pilot of a small plane suddenly fell ill off of Florida's Atlantic coast. The passenger was able to land the plane safely with the help of air traffic controllers. Quote, "I've got a serious situation here," the man said Tuesday afternoon. "My pilot has gone incoherent. I have no idea how to fly this airplane." An air traffic controller in Fort Pierce responded, asking if he knew the position of the Cessna. "I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea." Air traffic controller Robert Morgan, a 20-year veteran air traffic controller, took over. He was able to talk the passenger down to a safe landing. FAA spokesman Rick Breitenfeld confirmed the pilot and passenger were the only two people on board this plane. The agency is investigating the situation. They did not release the identity of the pilot or the passenger. Those are your top stories in trending. We are long for a break. Coming back with coroner Dr. Bo Clark next. I know. I don't know what I'm doing. I think I could do that. Like a small plane, you know?
Yeah.
I can at least put it down in the water.
Well, I mean, I think if they just talk you through it,
yeah.
As long as you keep your airspeed up enough that you don't stall, then you should be able just to plop it right down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I would think just... every single day I'll get people that laugh at some of the comments and other people that tell me I shouldn't be making jokes about crime. Well, we've been bitching about crime for 40 years and it doesn't seem to get better.
Right. Try a different tactic, maybe.
Right? Yeah. So, you want to... Which one do you want to start with?
Homicide's just quick.
Okay.
I mean, it's just going to be, here's the worst year ever last year, and here's the number, and it's not looking too good for this year either. You know what I mean?
Well, we're not on another record page. We were ridiculous.
Let's see. We're at 45 as of the end of April.
Mm-hmm.
So what's that? A third of them? 3 times 45. Yeah, we're pretty. That's 90 plus 45. It's 135. Yeah, so we're still a little shy. Last year was 170.
Yeah. Okay. Mm. Yeah, I knew we gotten over 160.
Yeah. Okay. We're in a similar trajectory. Maybe not the same number, but triple digits. I mean, that's the problem.
It is. Hotline. Oh, okay. Are you already in? All right, I'm going to have Jake come down as soon as we're back in from break. Thanks, bye. Can you go let Don in after we're back in? I bet that's him saying he's in. Okay. Nailed it. Was that Don saying he was in?
Yeah. Right. Disregard.
This was a national story. Why?
Yeah, I don't. Well, that's the same as the Johnny Depp trial.
Right. Oh.
I mean, who cares?
So, yeah. 718 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP. Mornings with Brian Haldane rolling right along. So, it's been a minute since we caught up with our coroner, Dr. Bo Clark, who joins us in studio now. Bo, how you been, man?
Doing well. It's been a rough year last year.
It really has. I mean, on three different fronts at least.
Yes.
That all end up in your office some way or another. We're going to get to COVID deaths in a little bit because that's been it's hard to describe death as good news, but when the numbers are down as far as they are, I find it hard to look at it any other way. So let's get there in a minute. Okay. I got to start with homicides though. Last year we broke records.
Yeah, so last year was the worst year in the history of the parish. We had 171 homicides in the parish, and it is it's just heartbreaking when we have that many people in our community that are dying by those means.
Where are we at this year?
So this year we're at about 45 as far as the end of April. That's not the number to date, but essentially, if you look at that, we're still looking on a trajectory to reach triple digits.
Yeah.
And that's worrisome. I mean, I can remember back at the beginning of my tenure as the coroner of the parish, we were in double digits, and we at that point thought that that's a bad number, right? And so now that we've kind of started to live in the triple digit arena, I mean, this is a bad place for our community to be.
Look, as coroner, I don't know if you'd be able to have a take on this, but do you talk to other coroners? Are we seeing this in other places as well? Is this a Baton Rouge problem, a nationwide problem?
We're seeing it not necessarily in a lot of the rural areas of the state, but some of the other urban centers have similar problems than we do. We're still the worst in the state when it comes to homicides.
Really? We're worse than New Orleans?
Yes, we're ranked 6th per capita in the country for homicides. New Orleans is ranked 7. So that's not a position or a statistic that you want for your community or your state even. So
171 last year. We're at 45 as of the end of April this year. It from your office's standpoint. I mean, they're brought in, and like, what can you do? I mean,
I think the solution here is really multifactorial, right? I mean, certainly when the state, the country started talking about defunding the police, that creates a massive issue, not only internally for law enforcement and their ability to respond for fear of retribution, but also for the safety of the community.
Right.
But at the same time, the community does play a role in this because a lot of these homicides, people know what happened, who did it, and they have to feel comfortable with the judicial system enough to come forward with that information so that we can get the bad guys off the street. So you can't point the finger one direction or the other. You have to really say this is a community effort in order to solve the crime.
This is kind of I don't know if you could pick an either or here in this question, but what's more alarming within your office, the volume, the number of homicides, or the age of those being killed?
Well, the age hasn't really changed much over the past 10 years. It's typically going to live anywhere between 20 and 40-year-olds. Now, that's not to say that there are outliers, but what I find is the volume. Certainly, we're seeing more and more people being killed. We're seeing people being killed what I would consider more violently, meaning gunshot wounds, or many more. You know, someone's not getting shot once or twice; they're getting shot a lot.
Yeah.
And so sometimes that's indiscriminate, and when you see indiscriminate fire, then oftentimes innocent people who have nothing to do with whatever's happening can be hurt.
Which we've seen a few different times in very recent. In fact, that was probably the most amazing thing about the shooting over by the Mall of Louisiana was that there were no innocent victims.
Yeah, we were very fortunate.
That was, I mean, it was a full-on Sonny Corleone scene, and like nobody in it, like there were no. Yeah, in the restaurants all up and down, the traffic around.
And within those homicide numbers, over the course of the last about 5 weeks, we've had 4 pediatric homicides occur in the parish, which is really the most evil thing you can imagine when young people lose their lives. And we're talking about children as a result of homicide.
Yeah, and not like we're on the scene, but like stray bullet enters a home type thing.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, let's talk COVID deaths a little bit because where we are right now is not where we were a year ago, at least statewide. I get numbers from the LDH, so from Louisiana Department of Health. So I've been following their dashboard regularly. Narrow this down for me to East Baton Rouge Parish. What have we been seeing?
So if you look at COVID over the past 2 years, which is when we've been in the pandemic, about both of those years we lost death to COVID a little bit over 500 per year. This year we're at 100, a little 101 I think is the number to date. And the point with that being is certainly we are seeing the deaths go down. We're a third of the way through the year, so if you extrapolate the numbers, we may hit 300 this year. The point that I like to make to people is that they understand the mortality rate from COVID is less than 1%. If you're talking about natural disease processes, even countrywide, not just our state and our parish, you are still more likely to die from heart disease and cancer than you are to die from COVID.
Right.
And so you have to put that in perspective. And I think, unfortunately, we have lost some of that perspective. COVID is real. COVID will kill you or can kill you. However, the majority of people will survive from it.
So, since I have you here, and I know we're 2 years into this, and I regret that we still have to explain it every time, but walk us through what is qualified as a COVID death, because there's still stories floating around the internet right now about, hospitals are getting more money if they report something as a COVID death. And I'm like, no, the hospital doesn't determine that.
Right. So when we talk about a COVID death, I use 3 criteria. Most coroners in the state of Louisiana do. First of all, you have to have a presentation of a respiratory illness because COVID is a respiratory illness. And when I say that, you talk about cough, congestion, fever, shortness of breath, low blood oxygen level. That's first. Second, you have to have a positive COVID test because there are other respiratory illnesses that can cause that.
Right.
So we have to confirm that scientifically. So a positive COVID test is the second one. And then lastly, you have to die from your respiratory illness. So you can't have the first two and then get in a car wreck and die from the car wreck and be called a COVID death. That's a car wreck.
Right.
That is the result of your death. So you have to meet all 3 of those criteria for me to define it as a COVID death.
How much variance is there? Because there is, at the end of the day, there will be a little bit of a judgment call from coroner to coroner, right?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, so how much variance is there within that realm of judgment?
Well, I think there's very little in the state of Louisiana because as coroners, we got together at the very beginning and discussed how we would define what a COVID death was. Now, there are certain people that have died with COVID, not from COVID.
Right.
For example, they might have had another natural disease process that took place and happened to be COVID positive at the same time. It doesn't necessarily mean they had the respiratory findings of COVID. The virus simply was in their body.
Of all the COVID deaths we've had in this state, more than 17,000, it's well eclipsed 17,000 COVID deaths statewide since the beginning of the pandemic. Only 4% of them have had zero comorbidities.
Right.
That seems like to be the sticking point is how do you make the call whether it's, some sort of pulmonary disease, hypertension, whatever the case might be, to where, okay, this was leaning towards COVID as the actual cause of death?
Yeah, so when we look at it really on a granular level here, there's certain signs and symptoms even on x-rays that when we see, the pneumonia is almost very specific that COVID causes, the way it interacts in your lungs. And so when we see that, you're like, oh, look, clearly they have COVID as a result of simply looking at an X-ray. Confirm that obviously with laboratory testing. But that to me, those are the entities, those are the cases that are very specific and easy, really kind of easy to define as a COVID death.
Okay. I never have you in here without talking about the opioid crisis, and because it seems that I'm almost to the point where I'm like, we should stop talking about it because it feels like the more we talk about it, the worse it gets.
Well, I think we can never stop talking about it. Let me tell you why. We've been in, as much as we talk about a pandemic for the last 2 years, we've been in an opioid epidemic for the last 10 years. Started out initially with an issue with heroin. In about 2015, 2016, we saw fentanyl come on the scene, and it was a mix between heroin and fentanyl. Then we went in 2019 almost exclusively to a fentanyl issue, not really seeing heroin as often. And now the latest trend, which is the most deadly part of all of this, is we're now starting to see fentanyl mixed with other drugs, cocaine, methamphetamine, and recreational marijuana. So all of a sudden you have someone who's never been an opioid addict. They go and buy cocaine like they normally do, and they're either given cocaine mixed with fentanyl or sometimes getting straight fentanyl. And obviously they have a massive overdose and die. So no drug is now, not that any drug was ever safe, but certainly now it's even more unsafe because of this adulteration.
So as someone who is not a drug user, what's the benefit there?
So it's threefold. Number one, the dealer may not even know what they're giving you, right?
Okay.
They may have been told, sell this.
Right.
And they sell it. So you say, I want cocaine, and they give you whatever that substance is. Happens to be fentanyl, and it'll kill you. Or they are trying to spice up the drug they're selling, meaning they're trying to sell you marijuana, but they want to make it the best marijuana you've ever had. So if I sprinkle a little fentanyl in it, it's going to give it an extra kick.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's a deadly kick.
Yeah.
And then lastly, if I can convert you from a methamphetamine or a cocaine addict into a opioid or a fentanyl addict, then I'm going to really capture you, because the drive and want for opioids is so much more powerful than some of those other drugs. So I can convert your desire, the drug that you desire.
When we started in on the opioid crisis, there was a lot being triggered back to the prescription drugs. Mm-hmm. That once the prescriptions were cut off, then the people would start hitting the street looking for it, and that's where you got into the bad stuff. Have we seen a shift in the genesis of the addictions now?
No, so the genesis usually is the same, but here's what's interesting. We have gone through great strides to really suppress what we call diversion of prescription narcotics. Mm-hmm. And that started the beginning of this opioid epidemic, but it has continued. So we're not seeing many people have pill issues on the street anymore, because there just are not very many pills that are available. More than likely, if you go to purchase a pill on the street, it is simply pressed fentanyl.
Right.
It is not the pill, which is very deadly. I mean, now you're getting a full dose of a pressed substance that is illicit, not what you're expecting to ingest.
Yeah, and it's not the same stuff that you would be prescribed you would get in the hospital. Correct. If you were in that serious level of pain that would require fentanyl. Yes. So, death-wise, last year was a record.
Last year was a record. We had 311 overdoses last year, the most the parish has ever seen. And we are on a similar trajectory this year.
Really?
And my concern, and that's the reason I bring up all these other drugs being adulterated. Now it's not just opioid addicts that are dying from opioids. It's also cocaine addicts. It's also people that are addicted to methamphetamine, and even people that are using recreational marijuana. So with no drug being safe, the concern is, does the 311 number in a year or 2 years turn double? I mean,
right. Well, because you've broadened out the base of potential users.
Yeah. So no drug is ever safe, but even more so with this new phenomenon we're seeing.
That's sobering numbers, to say the least. In the meanwhile, we always appreciate the time and the information. He is Coroner Dr. Bo Clark. Appreciate you coming down today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. We're going to break for news here in just a second. Got to remind you one more time about the 5K giveaway going on right now at Talk1073.com. Citizens Bank and Trust teamed up with us to put $5,000 in your pocket. You can sign up now at Talk1073.com. And, hey, if you don't win the big prize, there are smaller cash prizes as well. So, yeah, the shift in... I don't know, like, as somebody who's not a drug user, I don't know where you have to be in life to look at cocaine and be like, I need more. Like, you've got to be pretty far down the road to begin with to say, okay, a cocaine high. Cocaine sounds awesome. As somebody who's never, ever used it, I know it's glorified in movies and whatnot, but to look at that and say I need to twist that high.
Well, what's interesting? Well, and you may not necessarily, as the addict, say that.
Right.
What may happen secondary is, as the dealer, I'm going to try to hook you.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go, oh, yeah, you want your cocaine? Here's your cocaine. I got the best cocaine in the city. And you use it, and you're like, wow, that was great. That was better than any cocaine I had before. It wasn't the cocaine that was better. It was a little touch of fentanyl that I put in there. Right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then now all of a sudden, you're like, then you find out later that it was the fentanyl. You're like, well, really, I like the fentanyl. Can I just get that and avoid the cocaine piece of it all? But look at you start putting fentanyl, and they have been putting fentanyl in recreational marijuana. There's a lot of people who use recreational marijuana in this world.
So that is always going to come back around to the question, and we're still on YouTube, by the way. That's always going to come back around to the question of legalizing.
Sure.
If you legalize it, standardize it, you can. If you're selling it at a Walgreens, you're not getting Tuco or Crazy 8 on the street corner here. You're getting something that can be regulated.
You're somewhat right. Okay. First of all, there's always a price point, right?
Yeah.
Does what you can get legally exceed the price of what you can get illegally? And if it does, then all of a sudden you say, well, I don't have the money to go get the legal stuff. Second of all, anything can be adulterated. So somebody could even take the legal stuff, take it home, adulterate it, and then sell it on a second.
On their own, yeah. But I'm talking about the, pardon the terminology here, but innocent user wants the weed, wants to avoid the risk of going down that, like the regular high is enough for him.
Right.
I think that would, that's.
Yeah, so there is a level of safety there, but I don't want to give the impression that it is absolutely 100%.
Oh, no, nothing is.
I mean, there's always an illicit secondary market. I mean, even alcohol is legal, but there's a secondary market for alcohol too, right? You know, I mean, people make moonshine and that, which and it could be deadly. You know, you know, if they don't, get ethanol, they end up with methanol, or or one of the other alcohols. It causes blindness. It can mess you up.
Yeah.
And so you have to, that illicit market, I think, will always exist.
But that illicit market is much, much smaller now.
It does over time,
and more out of a craft sort of area than anything else.
Yeah.
So,
well, but I would, if you had to compare that, I don't know. I don't even know what the comparison between the alcohol market and the legal drug market would even be. I'm not really sure. It would take a lot of time for it to balance out. I imagine.
Oh, yeah. Decades.
I mean, look at therapeutic marijuana now. I mean, not many people use it, but there's not many people that are involved in using it. It's not it didn't skyrocket like expected.
The generation that needs it the most is the generation that had the negative messaging hammered home the most too.
Yeah.
And then you've got accessibility and pricing as well, because what they're looking at is if you've got one pharmacy in your greater metro area, now you're talking about dedicating a whole. If you don't live like near that pharmacy, you're talking about dedicating a whole day just to get a little
absolutely.
bit.
Yeah, creates a problem.
But as long as you keep growing in that direction.
Yeah. Continue, man.
Likewise.
Yeah,
of any of the numbers I gave you, have you heard back from anybody?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We hit. We called them, and I think 2 out of the 3. Would you give me 3 numbers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think 2 out of 3 got back to us. I'm not sure which one didn't. Aloysius said wait till the fall. And
Jones Creek Area Business Association.
Yeah, that one said yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good.
So,
Glad to hear
I
it.
think it was St. Thomas More we're still trying to get in touch with.
Okay.
And then let me know when Mercy kicks back off.
The fall.
Okay.
Tell the mics for a second. Good morning. Good deal. How are you? I'm well. Dr. Clark looking to spread the word about opioid awareness, and I was putting him in touch with a couple of public speaking events.
It's just to get to the ones that put it out, and a lot of times people you put it out to aren't the ones.
Right.
But you're hoping that they.
We run into this with everything. We run into this with, and we talk about it when it involves, like, night out against crime walks and stuff like that. The people who are on the walk are not the people you're trying to reach.
No, but
same thing's true if you're speaking to a group of business people about opioid addiction. Well, there's a lot more behind the scenes on that.
Well, there is. The community walks that we're in, they're successful because people see you. The communication.
I know.
And then you're hoping that the Crime Stoppers door hangers that are passed out, they'll put them somewhere when they see, they'll call.
Yeah.
And that goes with anything.
Well, it's...
Man, it's good to be back.
Fling a bunch of stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Yes, it absolutely is. It's been a minute.
Troy did a good job the other day. Deputy Chief Lawrence, Tuesday.
Oh, shit. Dude, I got more feedback off of that segment than I have in a while. That was amazing.
We can kind of, if you want to touch on that, go back and we can wing it.
It's time for Crime Stoppers. Time to welcome back to the studio Lieutenant Don Capola. Don, what's happening, man?
Good morning, Brian. How are you? It's great to be back.
I know. Good to have you back. We've had a run of other guests, so we haven't caught some bad guys. Well, hopefully we've stopped some bad guys before they do bad.
Absolutely, and the guests we've had have just been incredible.
They really have. I'm curious to find out if your guy from the DEA has, if the recruitment efforts have stepped up.
Well,
it's such an intriguing
I hope
job.
that he's not upset because we're hoping that the Baton Rouge Police Department is stealing some of those. Okay.
I mean, everybody's short-handed right now.
Everybody's short, but we just graduated a class and we're getting ready for another class.
Well, the class that I was at, that crew from the training academy graduated on May 9th.
Graduated Monday.
Yeah,
and, they're excited to get out and hit the streets running and catch some bad guys and follow up on some Crime Stopper tips.
That was a great experience getting to talk to that crew.
Well, we would like for you to continue that.
Absolutely, I'm in.
As academies come in, just to have that conversation.
Crazily enough, as I was driving home from that, so for the backstory here. They have, as part of the basic training academy at the Baton Rouge Police Department, they have a series of community conversations. Correct. One of them with the media.
Yes.
And I walked in without a presentation. Like I'll have a presentation next time. I walked in without a presentation. I fielded questions for about just shy of an hour. It's like 45 minutes.
Just shy of an hour.
Yeah. So most of the questions, and I'm not going to get too specific, because that was over there within that room, stays within those walls. But most of the questions were about the overall attitude towards law enforcement nationwide.
Yes.
That which we see on our TV screens, recruits see on their TV screens as well. And that was my biggest takeaway from the whole thing, Don, was that these men and women are in this room signing up to serve, moving their lives towards this, knowing full well that the tenor nationwide could very well involve a lot of antagonism, if not hatred.
No, you're right, exactly. And I loved how you came in and it was off the cuff. And I think they could see that, hey, this wasn't anything scripted. This was just community conversation. What it's meant to be. I didn't think it would last that long. I'm glad it did, because those men and women were engaged and hearing this and understanding and getting your side of things as well. I think it was great. So, as I'm walking out of there, I got in my car and I
drove home, which I live not too far from police headquarters. Right. But the moment I got home, I was checking my email, and I got a whole an interview request with a law enforcement expert about the refund the police movement. And I was like, wow, that takeaway of after leaving that room where you have all these recruits who are wondering, is the world going to hate us because everyone wants to defund the police? Is Baton Rouge going to hate us when we hit the streets? The very next email I see is about, no, let's start stemming that tide. Let's start giving law enforcement the level of emotional, if not physical, support they need.
Well, and we appreciate you again, and we look forward to
I'm in. Just let me know when.
Conversation. So
just let me know when. I'm there for sure. All right. We got some bad guys to catch.
So we're going to start off, first of all, our Facebook page. Something was posted last night in Gonzales. 2 individuals, they believe that 3 are involved, but 2 individuals, or they're looking to identify for a theft at a Walmart in Gonzales. So again, Gonzales police are looking for the identity of the 2 individuals that are posted. They believe that there is a 3rd also involved, but even though we talk about fugitives on this station and your listeners, we want to refer people to that Facebook page as well. So don't think what we speak about is all we have. So
yeah, the Facebook page, I mean, I'll read straight from it. It says, investigators with the Gonzales Police Department are seeking information regarding the identity of the individuals in the attached photographs below. And these photographs are pretty darn clear.
They are very clear.
You got one person improperly wearing their mask. She has her mask on, but below the nose.
Below the nose, yeah.
But I mean, you've got you've got a picture of a guy in a hat and wearing bright yellow. You get the picture of the woman, and then you get the picture of the vehicle as well. Now, the vehicle looks like it's got a blacked out license plate. Is that law enforcement doing
that's it? Right. It's believed to be a Texas tag on that vehicle. But these individuals got away with well over $1,000 worth of merchandise. And, you know, it's as you mentioned, the cameras, Brian. There's cameras everywhere. Okay, so before you even think of doing this, understand that you're going to be seen either by cameras, by someone, and it's just a matter of time before law enforcement catches up with you because of the community, because of your listeners contacting Crime Stoppers and saying, hey, this is who that is. They're the ones responsible, and that information is passed on to investigators.
A 2015 Dodge Dart with a Texas license plate. That's what we're looking for here, and 344-STOP is the phone number, as you already know. It doesn't say what they stole, Don. I gotta, you know.
Well, and I'll do some looking.
I'll
follow up with you on that.
I mean, were they in home goods? You know, the home goods section. Is it a bunch of Cuisinarts that we're looking for here?
For the amount of money, it's either a lot of stuff or one or two big things.
Right.
I'll find out for
you. Well,
you
know, the big things. That's a lot harder to walk out with.
Well, but people are just they don't care.
I know.
They don't care. Switching on to Livingston Parish is looking for Ronnie Sanders. Ronnie failed to appear on charges of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and illegal possession of stolen firearms. And we talk about this weekly.
Yeah, we do.
It's shootings, or you turn the news on and you hear shooting after shooting after shooting. Well, this from Ronnie Sanders. He wasn't supposed to have a firearm, had illegal firearms, and failed to show up to court to take care of his business. So anyone with information regarding the whereabouts of Ronnie Sanders, give Crime Stoppers a call.
Once again, that number 344-STOP if we're looking for Ronnie Sanders. And yeah, this one is a little bit bigger. I can make fun of, what you stole from Walmart, but when you start talking about illegal firearms and like literally 10 minutes removed from the coroner sitting right where you're sitting, talking about our record number of homicide deaths this year. And while we're not on pace to eclipse that record, we are on pace to be back at a triple-digit number again this year. Not just triple digits, over 130. So, I have a cough button now. Why didn't I use it? All right. Anyway, but that level of severity it stems from cases exactly like this one. Illegal firearm,
which
felon in possession.
Us to our next case. Baton Rouge police are looking for the whereabouts of Toby Robertson. Investigators believe that earlier this year, Toby fired shots at an individual while this individual was coming out of a residence, going to take his dog for a walk. Shots are fired, believed to be by Toby Robinson. Luckily, this individual wasn't killed, but it's something that very easily could have been. One round could have taken the life of this individual.
Well, I mean, we've seen in recent times where one round takes the life of an individual who's sleeping in their own bed, removed from the incident, and that's where the scary comes into this.
It's very scary because people just start spraying rounds, and you have no control of where those go.
Yeah,
as you mentioned, the 3-year-old on Fairfields, and that investigation is still ongoing. So we need people to step up, make that call with the information that they have.
This person's name again is?
This is Toby Robinson.
Toby
Robinson. Toby.
So I'm just guessing here that the information on how we have this person's name stems from the person that was walking their dog?
Through the course of the investigation and interviewing this victim, that's how investigation.
Well, that's an important first step.
No, it is.
Because, I mean, we've seen cases in the past where you can be interviewing the victim and get nothing. Oh, not you, but like the victim's not talking at all because they're either going to be too afraid to talk or be ready to handle it on their own.
Right.
This is a better option.
This is a better option. Sat down, spoke, maybe a photo lineup was shown. Yeah, this is the one. So enough information for investigators to draw up a warrant for the arrest. In this case, it so happened to be Toby Robinson, wanted by the Baton Rouge Police Department on attempted second-degree murder charge.
All right, 344-STOP. One more time, that number's 344-STOP, and the P3 app is, of course, available. Do we have anybody else today?
Well, the last one, Anthony Singleton.
Ooh, that's the one I've got in front of me right now.
Yes, wanted by the Louisiana Department of Public Safety on charges of automobile insurance fraud. Investigators believe that Singleton was involved in a crash in the New Orleans area, came back to Baton Rouge, reported that the incident occurred in Baton Rouge to one insurance company, falsified information to another insurance company of the same crash, trying to double dip. This one insurance company was on top of things and was like, no, the damage matches, your story matches. So again, the Louisiana Department of Public Safety is looking for the whereabouts of Anthony Singleton on the charge of automobile insurance fraud.
Not what I thought was coming, darn it. Because I saw insurance fraud in New Orleans, I was thinking this was going to be tied to those staged wrecks.
Oh, no, this is, but still, it's
I know. So Anthony Singleton's picture is up on the Crime Stoppers Facebook page. If you wanted to see if you recognize him, Greater Baton Rouge Crime Stoppers is the name of the Facebook page. You know about the P3 app. We always tell you about that all the time. And, of course, the phone number is 344-STOP. Lieutenant Don Capola, thank you as always, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
We got Your Money Now coming your way in about 6 seconds from right now. After we check Your Money Now, we step outside of East Baton Rouge Parish, a segment we call The Outside In.
Oh, great timing.
Yep.
Anyway, what's new?
I'm just trying to figure out how to steal $1,900 worth of stuff from Walmart. You know, just the normal life. I mean, $1,900 for that.
Like we talked about people before off of like at Lowe's and Home Depots that just load up tools and drills and just walk right out.
Construction costs these days, I don't believe.
I mean, it's just.
But I mean, you're not like, okay, $1,900 at a Walmart though. Like, I remember the game show Supermarket Sweep, where you'd run around filling up the basket. Whoever, yeah, I can't get $1,900 worth of stuff in a basket. That's one big screen, and even that's under $1,000.
Well,
I know you're not going to strategize with. You're not going to strategize with me. I know.
Look, and that show has been how long ago?
That's true. That's a good 30 years ago.
Right. So
it's inflation, inflation, technology.
Right.
You know, but Walmart keeps all the good shit under lock and key, though, don't they?
Well,
you know, the iPads and whatnot.
You would think. You hope.
Yeah. Unless they know somebody on the inside, and you got one that's like left open, and
which has happened before.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. Yeah, I think we covered a lot.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around Franz and his without the cigars. That just doesn't go together.
See, he's in Colorado right now, and I don't know why. Like he's jaunting off every third week. I think. I would be shocked if David St. Germain was over the phone. Clint Wilson is over the phone. All right, air traffic controller, where are you? Me over my... I'm just now getting caught up on the YouTube chat. Big shout out to the Airplane 2 reference. Over Macho Grande? No, I don't think I'll ever get over Macho Grande. Those wounds run pretty deep. I wonder if you tried inflating the autopilot first. Oh, shame on me. So the in-studio guests, of course I'm going to pay attention to my guests and oh, crap. American culture is bankrupt. No matter how many times we discuss drug addiction and suggest remedies, no pun intended, it will not get better, and we will be discussing the same issue in 20 years. I agree, but the drug will be different. And, so how do you fix that, though, man? You know, and this is one of those ones where I get crap every time I talk about mental health, because we still look at mental health as if it's not a real thing, or treating mental health as if it's not a real thing. And somebody gives me garbage about it every time. But I'm telling you, until you can fix the problem internally, your external ramifications, your external paths that you're seeking are always going to be there, and they're always going to be increasingly dangerous. I don't know. Shit. Great conversation, though. Like, great comment. $7:55. Talk 107.3 FM, WBRP, mornings with Brian Haldane, rolling right along. You know I'm going to get garbage. We got a cough button in here now, and I did not use it in the last segment. I whine, I complain, I get what I'm asking for, and then I don't use it. All right. Thanks again to Lieutenant Don Capola for stopping by for Crime Stoppers. If you missed any of that, it's available on demand at talk1073.com. If when I reference the P3 app, you don't know what I'm talking about, go to your Apple Store or wherever you get your apps and look up the P3 app. Super easy to use, very user friendly, free to download. Basically, you could take photos or video of a crime or suspected criminal as you see it. Like if you recognize one of the people on their Facebook page and you're like, You're out and about. You think, hey, that looks like so-and-so. And you take a picture with the license plate as they get in their car or whatever. Super easy to use, and you remain every bit as anonymous as if you're calling 344-STOP. So, all right, time for the outside in. Let's get it. Starting off in Iberia Parish, where the school district has put a new superintendent in place. School board elected someone to take over the role of the former superintendent who was retiring, or actually retired yesterday. Heath Hewlin, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, I've only read it, was elected to take over the role. He has served as an assistant superintendent in Iberia Parish for several years. He's worked in the school system for over 20 years, actually. Says the education system is the most important thing in Iberia Parish. Next stop, Livingston Parish. A man was arrested Wednesday for contractor fraud dating back to September 9th of 2021 after Hurricane Ida. Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office said Chester Lempitsky was charged with home improvement fraud after being contracted to fix hurricane damage. He was released on a $25,000 bond yesterday. Heading east down I-12 to St. Tammany Parish. For the second time in 2 months, the pastor of Slidell's New Horizon Church, John Raymond, has been arrested and charged with cruelty to juveniles. According to the report from the Huffington Post, 60-year-old John Raymond is accused of abusing a 4-year-old student on multiple occasions. The accusations include Raymond holding the child in the air by the ankles and repeatedly whipping him on the buttocks. Holding him in the air by the ankles? More incidents have been reported with the same child, including the time that Raymond allegedly placed his hand over the mouth and nose of the screaming pre-K student until he went limp. Another allegation that he drugged the child by his ankles across the floor because he, quote, refused to leave with Raymond. On Monday, Raymond was arrested by officers with Slidell police, charged with a single count of second-degree cruelty to juveniles. He has since been released on a $7,500 bond. Well, that doesn't add up. We'll get back to that in a minute. This arrest comes just 1 month after Raymond was arrested and charged with 3 counts of cruelty to juveniles for allegedly taping 3 students' mouths shut to punish them for excessive talking. Closing out in Ascension Parish, the parish government will be accepting household hazardous waste at the Lamar Dixon Expo Center on Saturday, May 14th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. This event is free for Ascension Parish residents. One would hope you wouldn't have to pay to hand over your waste. Accepted are items such as tires, appliances, electronics, batteries, and paint. Not accepted are things such as explosive or radioactive materials. Sorry, Dr. Emmett Brown, you need not apply. That is the outside in. We've got to get you to CBS News. If you're watching us on YouTube, you're going to want to pay attention to this conversation. Hour 3 coming your way next on Talk 107.3. Radioactive materials? No explosives or radioactive materials. So all that plutonium you stole from the Libyans, Dr. Brown, you're stuck with. You're going to need to figure out a way to take your 1.21 gigawatts of electricity and get rid of it somewhere else. How about this? Chester Lempitsky, charged with home improvement fraud, released on a $25,000 bond. John Raymond, accused of holding a 4-year-old student up by his ankles and whipping him on his butt. Other instances where he held his hand over the mouth and nose of a screaming pre-K student until he went limp. Oh, and then just like dragged him across the floor as well, allegedly. This coming a month after being arrested on 3 counts of cruelty to juveniles for allegedly taping 3 students' mouths shut to punish them for talking. So this dude, this pastor, an educator, is having his way just beating the bejesus out of kids. His bond's $7,500. So we value the home improvement fraud at a 3 times clip of beating the shit out of kids. How does that work? How do we balance that? How do you reconcile that? Remember, no radioactive materials out there and no explosive materials as well. So both Dr. Emmett Brown and Wile E. Coyote need not apply. What was the text? I got a text. I saw a text. Who texted me? All right. Hey. Got it. .806 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP Mornings with Brian Haldane, rolling right along. Hour 3 coming your way right now. Brian here with you. Jake producing. Looking forward to this hour. We got. I want to talk sediment diversion. Wait, this was a story earlier in the week. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser, not a fan of sediment diversion, and basically calling it the biggest fraud pulled over our eyes. I shouldn't say basically. That's a quote. That is a quote from Sam Carlin's article in The Advocate. The biggest fraud pulled over our eyes. All right. We're going to talk about it. Coming up in our next segment, actually. We're going to talk about it with Dr. Clint Wilson from LSU. He knows a thing or two about this. Heads up the Center for River Studies over at LSU. So, looking forward to that conversation. Is there legitimacy to what Billy Nungesser is saying? Because he called out Congressman Graves. He called out head of the CPRA Chip Klein. He told Ziza Rang, you just picked a fight with the wrong guy. This is... He basically just called out a whole lot of people. So I'd like to know from a scientific standpoint, an objective third-party standpoint, who's right. That's coming up in the next segment. Also, we're going to talk about Songs for Survivors with David St. Remain and the Beats Lab a little bit as well. Looking forward to that. That's all coming up a little bit later on in the hour. Before we get you to this day in history, I'll tell you about the folks over at Mathern's. Mathern's Market, you know where to find them. They are downtown on 3rd Street. They are also on campus. Nicholson Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from Tiger Stadium. If you're looking at Tiger Stadium, just turn around. Boom, there they are. Fantastic location to make them your game day headquarters. Yeah, LSU's got Ole Miss for a 3-game set this weekend out in Alex Box Stadium. On your way out to the box, grab a couple beers. The craft beer selection at Mathern's is fantastic. I'd put it up with anybody in town. Grab some food while you're on your way out there as well. The lunch counter at Mathern's, very underrated. I know you're not going to tailgate with a salad, but on a day-to-day basis, if you need a healthy option for lunch, the salad bar at Mathern's, super underrated. Very, very good. You can check them out. They're on Nicholson in the Nicholson Gateway Shopping Center, the corner of Nicholson and Skip Burtman Drive. And, oh, yes, they are a full-service grocery store as well. You can knock out your grocery shopping for the week. A lot of folks that have been using that Winn-Dixie on Burbank at Lee. Yeah, where do I go now? How about Mathern's? Right back there on campus. So, downtown on 3rd, Nicholson Gateway Shopping Center. Check out the folks at Mathern's. Every day at this time, we turn back the clock a little bit. Jake brings us This Day in History.
Oh, yeah! It is time for This Day in History. 1777, the first ice cream advertisement.
What? Where'd they advertise?
The New York Gazette.
I was going to say.
Ice cream, 1777.
Paul and Brent from Bluebell?
Yeah, give or take. 1941.
Bro, they brought it. They brought this A game with the Peachy Peach.
Dude.
And the chocolate peanut butter cookie overload.
I cleared that peach ice cream.
Right? I did
I'm
not
even
do.
a fan of peach ice
I
cream.
did not do my weight loss any favors that day.
Same.
Like normally, I could take one bite and walk away. Something about the chocolate peanut butter cookie overload. It
wasn't an overload though. It was, but it wasn't.
It was an overload.
But like
overload.
It didn't feel like it though, in a bad way.
No.
In the taste wise, yes.
Sneak up on you though.
Oh, 1000%.
Yeah.
1941, Martin Bormann succeeds Rudolf Hess as Adolf Hitler's deputy. The reason I mention this is because I think it was a couple days ago. It was on this day in 1940, maybe. Mm-hmm. Rudolf Hess flew to like Scotland and parachuted to try and negotiate with the Allies. So I can imagine it didn't go very well.
Parachuted to negotiate with the Allies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he flew over to Scotland, parachuted down.
Yeah, that's also known as treason, right?
Well, it was under the.
For them, no. If you're Hitler, that's treasonous.
Well, I would have hoped. Well, I don't really hope anything for them, but I would have assumed that was under his orders. Mm-hmm. But I wasn't there.
Oh, you're thinking like a double agent, I'm thinking like he went over and like, look, I'm gonna cut a side deal.
Maybe.
I gotta read up on my.
Do like a Hans Linde.
I was on a World War II kick for a while, and then just got off the World War II kick. I need to get back on my World War II kick.
I think it's fascinating. 1960. One of the craziest collaborations that I never knew happened. Elvis Presley appears on a Frank Sinatra television special.
Really?
Elvis sings Sinatra's 1957 Coleman hit Witchcraft, and Frank performs Presley's 1956 classic Love Me Tender. Can you imagine those two performing together? That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm disappointed, though. I would like to see, Frank go after one of the faster. Love Me Tender is slow.
For like
Frank's a crooner. He can do that. He's not really reaching here.
Can you imagine?
I'm just saying, like,
nothing but a hound dog from.
I'm
Frankie
Suspicious Minds.
Okay.
So that's where my mind is going.
Okay. Not a bad call at all.
Now I want to hear that. A Frank Sinatra rendition of Suspicious Minds.
It probably exists somewhere.
Yep.
Probably not in high quality. 1967. Are You Experienced? The album by Jimi Hendrix, Experience, first released. It was one of the most influential debut albums ever.
Yep.
1972, Paul McCartney and Wings released Mary Had a Little Lamb. What a banger.
Yeah.
In 1994.
Wait till David Guetta got a hold of it.
Oh, no.
Nobody in the audience got that, by the way.
1994, Pulp Fiction. Directed by Quentin Tarantino, starring John Travolta, Uma Thurman, Samuel L. Jackson, premieres at the Cannes Film Festival in 1994.
Can.
Can?
It's just can. I know there's an extra
so
NES on the
words
end. No,
that I have to do for this that I've never said out loud.
Yeah. There's an
like
extra
an idiot
NES on the background, on the back end of that word,
like,
but it's
is
just
that
can.
Canes?
No, it's not Canes. It's can.
Shoot, I'm hungry. 2017, former One Direction singer Harry Styles releases his self-titled debut solo album. There you have it.
Harry Styles got a hit out right now. I'm kind of digging, and I can't remember the name of it right now.
I couldn't tell you.
It's every third song on the hit music station.
Pretty much. In 2019,
not a lot of rotation there.
Manchester City beats Brighton 4-1 to claim back-to-back English Premier League titles with 98 points, one ahead of runners-up Liverpool. Take that, you Scousers. Love that for us. I remember watching that game. It was a wonderful occasion. Sun was out in Florida. It's beautiful.
Okay.
I know you don't really care too much.
As it was. What? The Harry Styles song. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, digging it.
That's all the events I got.
The Lindbergh baby was found on this day in 1932.
Huh?
Yeah. Also, on this day in 1846.
What happened?
The Donner Party left Independence, Missouri, headed for California.
They took the party somewhere else?
The Donner Party?
Was it just not fun?
Oh, God, I'm thinking you don't know what the Donner Party was?
No.
Walk down this path with me. Get yourself in trouble.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I just heard party, so...
the Donner Party.
I don't know.
They left for California on this day.
Should I just stay ignorant to this?
No, you should Google it during the break and spend the rest of the day embarrassed. Oh, yeah. Get the birthdays.
Okay, let's get to the birthdays. First up, living legend, the GOAT, Tony Hawk turns 54.
Okay.
Rami Malek turns 41. Emilio Estevez is 60.
Yeah.
Emily Van Camp turns 36.
Who's that one?
She plays Sharon Carter in Captain America Winter Soldier, Civil War, and Falcon and Winter Soldier. Or Captain America and the Winter Soldier. What? I forget what Falcon and the Winter Soldier. This is a Disney Plus series. Get that confused sometimes. One of the most flash in the pan songs of all time, in my opinion. Mo Bamba turns 24.
Yep, got Mo Bamba on the list.
And Steve Smith is 43.
Former Panthers wide receiver Steve Smith. Yes.
Not too bad at his job.
No, he's pretty good.
What am I missing?
All right, born on this day in 1820, Florence Nightingale. Born on this day in 1928, Burt Baccarat.
Hey.
Born on this day in 1925, Yogi Berra. I don't have the year down here, but it's Katharine Hepburn's birthday. And born on this day in 1937, one George Carlin, second greatest stand-up comedian of all time.
Who's the first?
Richard Pryor.
Okay. Fair enough. Happy birthday to all those mentioned. I didn't have any decks to talk about.
Me neither.
And let's get to the holiday, because there's only one I got. It is National Nutty Fudge Day.
Okay. International Nurses Day as well.
Is what?
International Nurses Day.
Shout out to the medical professionals.
Yes, sir.
That is This day in history.
All right, we're already running long. Quick break. When we come back, looking forward to this conversation. Dr. Clint Wilson from LSU. We're going to talk a little bit about protecting the coast next. Make sure that's him, please, because it was middle of the segment, so I just picked it up and. I got to run upstairs. Don't have it. I don't have it. I'm going to have to wing it. All right. Baton Rouge mattress still in there? It's fucked up, man. I know. It's messed up. Ah! No. No. Go. Slim had to peel off for a little while. They're going to get back into it once the summertime hits here, which is honestly too late for people to lose weight for the summer. But yeah, now is the time. Like, yes, from Mardi Gras Day through Memorial Day, that's when you should be really losing weight. Last weekend of May. $8:19, Talk 107.3 FM, WBRP, Hour 3 of Mornings with Brian Haldane, rolling right along. We're already running behind on the hour, so let's dive right in. There was an article day before yesterday in The Advocate, inside Billy Nungesser's war on Louisiana's diversion project, quote, you just threatened the wrong guy. We're not talking about the you just threatened the wrong guy part. That's all politics. We're not going to worry about that. But within this article, Billy Nungesser says that the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion is the biggest fraud pulled over our eyes. Joining us now to talk about this, Dr. Clint Wilson from LSU. Dr. Wilson, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Brian. Thanks for having me.
No, glad to have you on here. So I'm assuming you've read the article.
Yes.
I'm going to start with the most basic question, and then we'll work backwards from there. Is Lieutenant Nungesser right?
No, he is not.
Okay, now let's get into the science behind it.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So the Mid-Barataria sediment diversion, what does it purport to, or what will it do for the area, and what are the potential consequences of it?
Sure. Well, Brian, first I think you have to recognize that the river is what built a significant portion of the south central, southeast Louisiana coast, right from Atchafalaya Bay over to the Chandelier Islands, over 8,000 years or so. So the river is what built the coast, and the river is what we need to maintain what we have and perhaps even build some of this new land, right? So the river sediment diversions really kind of have three. I would say they have a main objective, right? Is to reconnect the river to the wetlands, just like it used to do. We made a decision as a country to build the levees, to engineer the river so that people wouldn't flood, industries wouldn't flood, navigation, ships could go up and down the river reliably. We made that decision, but the consequence is that we completely disconnected those wetlands from the river, from getting that water, getting the sediment, to offset the subsidence and the other factors that lead to land loss. So, the river sediment diversions are designed to, in a controlled way, reconnect the river to the adjacent wetlands. And, they're going to do that in a way that states, the design, the environmental impact studies, the way they're going to operate it is designed to, in a controlled way, to reconnect the river and get that river water and sediment back out there.
How is the sediment diverted? Like, how do they pull this off?
Sure. So, the idea is that to replace, and this is a massive engineering feat, right? A massive engineering problem, and so what they're going to do is they're going to replace several hundred feet of the levee with large gated structures, so that when the river starts to get into flood stage, so late winter, spring, when it's carrying significant amount of sediment, the state can open up in a very controlled way one or multiple gates and get that river water and the sediment, and particularly the sand, back out into the wetlands. And I say in a controlled way because you don't want to impact the shipping, the navigation on the river. You don't want to create flood issues for any of the area, any of the people or industries in the area. And you also want to be thinking about what the impact will be on the estuary, on the ecological process.
The ecological process is going to come back up in a little bit because the lieutenant governor says this is going to have an impact on our fisheries and that it's going to be absolutely detrimental to Barataria Bay. So, but if I can kind of recapture what you were just saying, this sounds more like a series of spillways.
Yes, in a way it is. A spillway is a river diversion. So the Bonacary Spillway or Morganza Spillway are river diversions. But the difference between those and the Mid-Barataria River sediment diversion or the Mid-Breton sediment diversion is that the two sediment diversions are going to be designed and operate in a way to maximize the amount of sediment that gets out of the river and into the wetlands.
So you're trying to, for lack of a better term, keep the water going one way and the dirt going another?
Well, you're trying to get both the water and the dirt out, the sediment, right, back out into the wetlands. But you're doing it in a way that's very controlled, so you're maximizing the amount of sediment that you're getting out there for the land building, right, to offset the subsidence and the other processes, right? That's what we're trying to do. That's what the state's trying to do.
It's the sediment that builds the land, though, so it's the sediment that would be involved with coastal restoration.
That's correct.
Okay. And that would, in turn, help with hurricane protection because a storm over land will dissipate faster than a storm over water, for sure.
Well, I think somewhat, yes. I think, we don't want to overstate the importance of that, but there will be some benefits, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, as far as the fisheries are concerned and the ecological impact are concerned, what are the possible implications here?
Well, I think, let me just, if you don't mind, let me step back and say, what the conditions that were in the Barataria Bay and the Breton Sound area, 200 years ago were different than they were 100 years ago, and then different than what they were 50 years ago and 20 years ago and even today. So, it's been a constant change or a continual change, right, in the conditions and where you catch particular types of fish, where oysters can survive and thrive, has changed over time because we disconnected the river from the wetlands. So it's been a continual change, and that change is going to continue. So even if we did not do the river sediment diversions, you would still have a change, and there would be, so in other words, there would be changes in where particular fish were caught or, where particular fishing grounds were. So, the river sediment diversions, yes, are going to have an impact on the fish, right? On where they're located, where you're going to catch a particular species, or where oysters could be harvested. But the state has a plan, right? And within the environmental impact study, they're going to have a plan there for, operating it to try to, at least to a certain extent, minimize what that impact will be, but then also to mitigate, against the economic consequences.
How tough of a path is that to walk? Because it sounds like you're talking about two different kinds of sciences here needing to converge.
Well, that's a great question, and I think that's one of the things that, or let's say that is a convergence that I think has been happening over decades, or at least over the last 10 to 20 years for sure, in that there is let's put it this way, there's a lot of different scientists, there's a lot of different engineers, there's a lot of different experts from universities, from consulting firms, from agencies, et cetera, all working together. And I think that the communication and, as you said, the convergence among them is critical and has been happening, in that there is a trade-off between, where the land is being built and what the salinities are and what the impact on the fisheries will be, et cetera. So, I think the state, with their coastal master plan, with the team they have assembled, are doing that. They're looking at the interactions, let's say, between these different factors.
What are the other options versus sediment diversion? That, because I believe the lieutenant governor has referenced dredging as a viable option in the past. What are the other options, and how do they differ?
Sure. So, and you get the I don't have the exact numbers or percentages, but I know that the state's coastal master plan and their annual plan has, what I'm going to call marsh creation projects, or in other words, projects where they go and dredge river sand and go out and put it in a particular location, right? So they will identify a footprint, they will dredge that material from the river bottom, and they will place that sand and build up to a certain elevation in a particular footprint in Barataria or on one of the barrier islands behind Port Fourchon, Breton Sound, et cetera. So they already have that in their plan, and they're doing a lot of that. And as a matter of fact, I think a significant portion of the funds are going to continue to go to that. However, those are very costly when you think about it on a per acre, and they require a lot of energy, right? You can't just pump river sand. Just getting it over the levee takes a significant amount of energy, let alone trying to get it 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles, away from the river.
Right.
And so, they're going to be these marsh creation projects, the dredging projects are going to continue to be part of the state's coastal master plan. I think in a very, I'm going to say this kind of a tactical way. They're going to identify areas that need to be reinforced. They need to have sediment, put in a particular location at a particular time. And the state has plans and has projects, has been doing that. And that's going to continue. But I think they also have a certain design life, right? Because of the processes that formed our coast and the processes in that estuary, you need to get that river water and sediment back out there, right? So those dredging projects will then be reinforced, that the state's doing and will continue to do, will be reinforced by the river sediment diversions, because those areas will then get river water and sediment on a continual basis year to year.
Ecologically, wouldn't the net result be the same for that ecosystem, whether you're dredging it and replacing it or you're using sediment diversion? Well,
no, because I think you think about the natural processes that led to our coast and the habitats was the river flooding every year. Right?
So diversion's more organic.
Yeah, the diversions are more organic. They're trying to recreate what the river used to do or has done over the last, was doing over the last 8,000 years.
Looking forward, what timelines and likelihoods of this coming to fruition? Because my takeaway is this sounds like it works, but timelines and likelihoods of seeing this play out to prove one side right or one side wrong here. What are we looking at?
Well, I think the construction's not going to start probably for another year, as long as everything goes okay with the environmental impact study and it gets final approval. Mm-hmm. I think construction will start maybe a year from now, and again, CPRA would know more about those dates, right? And it's going to take several years to build it. So I think you're really looking at, probably 10 years from now to start looking at what the impacts are. Okay. But again, Brian, putting this in context, the river spent 8,000 years building the coast, and I don't want to say we have to wait 8,000 years, right? No. But I do want to say it's not something the first time they open it, the first day they open it, oh, look at how great it is, right? It's going to take a little bit of time, but I think all the science, all the engineering, the different groups working on this, all the tools, all the experts are pointing in the same direction as this is what's needed.
Well, most of my knowledge is based off of what we saw during Hurricane Ida, and the stuff that CPRA has already been doing has been working, and I tend to lean in that direction. In the meanwhile, this is just scratching the surface, but it's phenomenal information. I mean, absolutely phenomenal information. Dr. Clint Wilson, he is the director of LSU's Center for River Studies. Gonna hang on to your phone number, man. I'll probably be calling you back.
Brian, please do, and I encourage you and any listeners, to come, get in touch with us and come visit the center. We can talk rivers, diversions, our coast all day long.
No, I did a Rotary meeting over there not long ago. It was fascinating stuff.
Yep. Good stuff.
Yep. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
All right, you're welcome, Brian.
All right. Here comes news. We're already late. All right. My next step is a fisheries guy. That's got to be my next interview. I'm great, brother. How are you? Oh, geez. I put... yeah, we're about 5 minutes and then we're good to go. No, I'm not... No. Y'all are up next because I'm going to end things on a light note and talk abortion in the last segment. I've been actively avoiding this topic because okay, so we're defining what's a man now, right? Not right now, no. And you're far enough off mic to where I sound like an asshole. So, right. So, no, I've been actively avoiding it for this reason and this reason alone. It's irreconcilable. Where you believe life begins is where you believe life begins. This is our holy war. It is 100% irreconcilable, and you're not going to, there will never be consensus. Scientifically, ethically, morally, religiously, there will never be consensus on this. Is there a way that we can all get together and find the compromise that everybody hates to move forward? The shit that went down in the U.S. Senate yesterday was nothing but theater. And the shit that's going down in the state capitol on the other side with Danny McCormick wanting to make this murder and put mothers in jail, that's theater. From YouTube, this has to be the weirdest sounding conversation because you're only... Hey, look, David Sabermain.
Well, you're also a dad.
I am.
And
I am.
It's hard when you see creation happen from intimacy to creation, and you watch your baby grow up, and you're like, wait a minute, how can you tell me this is not something that is so special?
Right.
You can't even really speak to it. How do you speak to something?
Right. Because the clump of cells argument is shit. It's a garbage argument. And the sustainability on its own argument is also shit because for the first few years of a child's life, it's not sustainable. Assuming life beginning at birth, it's still not sustainable. It needs boobies. Yeah. And on the flip side of life, life is not sustainable on the back end either. But when should we put Stephen Hawking down? The scientist. When should we have put that level of brilliance down because his life wasn't sustainable? So the sustainability argument does not fly with me. Now, as pro-life as I am, there's also going to be compassion on my end that says there should be a window. I believe life begins at conception. I'm willing to concede a window. So how do we hammer that out? I don't know. And there never will be.
So.
I appreciate that. Let's get y'all in here. I'm moving over to 2.
Matt Torridge, have y'all met Brian Haldane?
We have met somewhere.
Yeah,
I don't remember
probably
where.
here at some point.
Matt is not like Betsy and myself, and Kay doesn't like to speak as much, so we're going to have to push him.
Taking the whole segment.
So basically, I'm going to force him to speak. No. I wish I was. I'm definitely the mouthpiece.
Okay.
But we'll be fine.
But we'll make him speak because he's talented and people love him.
Okay.
David will just grab me under the table when it's my turn.
You're live at all times on YouTube.
837 Talk 107.3 FM WBRP Mornings with Brian Haldane rolling right along. We're going to talk Songs for Survivors and the Beat Lab coming up in just a little bit. Got to run down that forecast for you real quick though, as what we're looking at for today is another hot one. We're going to be in the 90s again today, and this is that week where you get the adjustment period to the heat being the way it is. High of 92 today. We have a 40% chance of rain in the forecast. Unfortunately, that 40% chance of rain isn't going to do anything to quell the heat. The chance of rain doesn't really get involved with us until about 7 p.m. So 40% chance of rain today, 60% chance of rain tomorrow, 70% chance of rain on Saturday. None of it is going to quell the heat. It will be a little bit less on we'll be in the upper 80s tomorrow and Saturday, but just because of the cloud cover. Sunday, we're right back into the 90s again. Right now, we're at 77 degrees in downtown Baton Rouge. All right, time to welcome back to the show David St. Romain. He's been on a number of times talking about Songs for Survivors and the Beats Lab as well.
That's right.
Love having you talk about this. It's such a cool concept.
Appreciate
I'm
that.
loving seeing it come to fruition. Am I cutting out? All right.
Just
Maybe-
on your ears.
Maybe it's my headphones. You know
That's
what?
it. Take them off. We're
Go
having a real
blind.
conversation.
Yeah, we'll go blind here. Or I guess deaf would be the actual.
I don't know.
Songs for Survivors. Tell us all about it and how folks can help.
All right, just specifically, it's Songs of Survivors,
Of
but that's all
Survivors.
good.
I'm sorry.
We're all survivors in some way. You know, we're all working towards a goal here. Hey, I can't get this phone set up here. It's all good. We're going to go live just without it. Hey, we're having fun serving the community here in Baton Rouge. We decided to take our time, talent, and abilities to a better situation. So we started a nonprofit called Songs of Survivors, where we serve the community at large, youth, teens between the ages of 12 and 18, with a beat lab with my partner here, Matt Torridge, to teach them how to make beats and loops. Kids from all over the parish come in during after-school programs, summer school programs, not summer school, summer camp programs. Mm-hmm. And then, and on top of that, we do songwriting. I work with veterans and create songwriting workshops, come together as a group and write a song together as a group. And we have one coming up next Saturday, a songwriting workshop at our offices in Baton Rouge. So if you're a veteran out there and you've never written a song, or maybe you want to get some of your story out there, I'd love to have you join us at our Veterans Workshop next Saturday at our office. You can sign up at sos4vets.org, sos4vets.org. And that's the first thing we got coming up. Then we got summer camp coming up, and kids, if you got a teen out there, we'd love to have you join us for it. And there's a sign-up form there. I can tell you about sos4kids.org. So we're trying to make it easy for you parents out there to find the registration at sos4kids.org. Let your kids come in free of charge, 3 days a week. Learn how to make beats and loops. They're gonna die when they see this. They're gonna love it so much.
So yeah, every time you've talked about it, I've gotten excited about it. The Beats Lab. But back to the songs of, for, and from survivors.
Yeah, apparently. It
doesn't matter. So your own, like your history when you're walking in, you don't have to have any kind of musical background.
None at all.
None at all. Yeah, we've got our instructor, Matt Tortorich, is with me here on the radio. If you're watching live on YouTube, you can see him. But Matt is incredibly talented producer, musician extraordinaire, and he's a great educator. He knows how to speak and reach these young people where they are. And with all his tattoos, they just love seeing him. And he's got such a great presence. He's got a great presence. And I'm gonna let Matt say a few words.
Yeah, Matt, hop in here, Matt.
Yeah, just real quick. My name's Matt Tortorich. I'm the lead instructor over there at the Baton Rouge Beat Lab, and also helping David out with the SOS for Vets workshops. It's been great. You know, we discussed when the pandemic kind of hit, you know, what could we do to continue, because of course the whole world stopped. So that's when we kind of started formulating this idea of, hey, most kids these days don't want to learn how to play guitar necessarily or piano. They're a little more into the modern beats, as they're called. So I said, well, shoot, I've been producing this stuff for the last 10, 15 years. Why don't we just build a little, you know, lab where the kids can come in. I will teach them personally, and it's a way to get them musical very quickly, get them excited very quickly, and then if they want to expand from there, we can kind of take them further down the road.
The concept of a creative outlet and the timing of this whole thing, because it started with the pandemic,
right.
Having a creative outlet in any form or fashion is just, it's unbelievably invaluable to a kid.
Oh yeah.
To be heard.
Oh yeah.
And then to be heard through something that's other than just speaking, just something that is, here is something I've produced, I've created from scratch. It's a different level of feeling, and the reaction goes the long-term ramifications of this are unbelievably positive.
Yeah. The biggest thing I think I've personally noticed, and David and I have discussed, is after teaching numerous classes like this with the kids, the number one thing that they want is you to listen to what they did.
Yes.
Hands down.
Yeah.
And giving them that opportunity, you know, they can email themselves the songs, they have it on their phone when they leave, so they're already TikToking with their friends with their music that they created. So it's a pretty interesting and very quick way to get them involved, and again, just making them feel like they're doing something, you know, positive and fun.
And kids want to stand out.
Yeah.
And having this, I mean, they're learning a new talent. Some of them already know some stuff because they have TikTok. They have all these apps that do all this stuff for them in an easy way, but then when they could come in and be, hey, I've got this original sound and I want to break this sound on TikTok, or they've got, you know, it's like I'm now learning this talent that I can take on for the future and keep moving forward with this, building my skills. So we're not only just teaching them social, I know the trending topic, social emotional learning here, but we're also teaching them skills and how to create media. This is a talent that crosses over not just audio but into video content creation, and so kids can really learn the process of creating just how to create media in general, aside from templated you know, platforms that they're given through, say, TikTok or Instagram.
Oh yeah, at the end of the day, it's software literacy. Really.
100%.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, they forget all the good stuff we just talked about.
Yeah.
That's the meat and well, not the meat and potato, but that is
some of it. Yeah.
And that's a discernible skill that you can carry away with.
Yeah.
Matt, got to ask you, what's the most surprising thing you've seen so far?
Be honest.
With the Beat Lab, well, I think one of the issues, I don't know, do you want to go with the
go
real
there.
deal stuff?
Yeah,
the
for sure.
biggest issue we've run into so far is the kids absolutely love it, but with the after-school program, and it was funny because I sent David a news article that came out the day after we dealt with this, with students not attending school regularly. So if they didn't make it to school that day, they couldn't hop on the bus to come to the Beat Lab.
Okay.
So we kind of realized over time that even though, because I personally talked to a bunch of these students and they kind of told me the reality of what they're up against just getting to school. Every day.
Okay.
Is
these are
apparently a much bigger challenge than people that are not, you know, however you want to call it, in the trenches working with these kids. They don't realize, most people would just assume, oh, they just might not feel like going to school, so they don't go because nobody forces them to, but it's actually a little bit deeper with a lot of these kids as far as just physically getting to school is an issue for a lot of them.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that I think David and I discussed, that we're going to continue to kind of speak with our, you know, people that
Partners.
we work with.
I Care, for instance.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're doing a great job. And sorry.
No, but right after I discussed this with David, literally the next day, I think WAFB had an article about school truancy and just how it's, a huge deal. So I would say that's one of the biggest focuses right now that we're trying to work with our partners on figuring that part of the problem out. But yeah, that was probably the biggest surprise. Besides that, like I said, just the amount that the kids want you to hear personally, come listen to what I'm doing, know. And it was great though. They loved it.
Yeah, without getting too granular, don't want to out anybody. Is it a transportation issue?
Well, I was going to speak to that a little bit. I think it actually probably is more. I found, and talking with eye care on the upper levels of those folks, they're doing a great job at trying to, they're limited on their abilities, and they can only go so far as the front door, in my opinion. They're kind of limited to the front door of the house that these children are living in. And a lot of times, and I'm not outing the parents. I think this is a community-wide effort that has to happen. Sometimes it's behind that front door within the household that these children are not able to get to school because, kids are not responsible for themselves naturally.
Well, they're children,
right? So if parents I know that are trying out there, we appreciate and applaud them. But the ones that are that might need that extra help, or maybe they worked all night, or maybe there are a few that aren't doing their part, that are neglecting. And so we want to, I think there could be a list of variables as to why maybe some of these kids don't live in the districts and the schools they're going to, because maybe they started there and they didn't want to leave there. So they're finding alternate routes. I mean, we had one kid tell us he takes a city bus to school.
Okay.
And an Uber. And he's paying for an Uber to go to school because his family.
$16 to get to
school. So I think we need, as a community, to understand that what we're doing is just trying to reach kids where they are musically with our talent. But we're hearing all the challenges that these kids are having, additional to, God forbid, who knows how much challenges the educators are having in the schools trying to keep up with the curriculum. We were talking about that. How do you keep these kids on a curriculum schedule when they're not in school but 3 days a week?
Right.
So it's like the idea of the education model itself is not necessarily all wrong, but there's some things that we need to, as a state, to continue to adjust and see where our vulnerable populations are not being reached. I'm trying to speak to it in a way that makes sense.
But you're going to run into the issue of how much.
I'm not smart, so I'm just trying to do what I can.
All of our responsibility versus individual responsibility.
100%.
The flip side of that is, how's that been working out for us?
Right. Do we put him in jail? Because then,
for truancy.
Right.
Right. No, that doesn't
take
solve
your parent
anything.
away out of the house? That doesn't make sense. So I think there's a level of accountability, and how do we oversight?
All right. So we're less than 6 months away from you hopping back on the show to ask for donations for the Beats bus, right?
You're right. You're right about that. No, I mean, honestly, partners, any partner that wants to come forward and say, hey, we'd like to offer transportation, we do have a tax-deductible opportunity there. So maybe if I'm a partner person, I love we have partners. Olin Corporation is our partner. Mel and C. There's a bunch of partners that have come together. Eye Care, East Baton Rouge Parish School System, the VA is helping, the state of Louisiana, the Lieutenant Governor. All these guys have come together to help this process and this program. But I think it's all working together in a consortium of support.
One more time before we get you out of here, the information on Songs of
Survivors. The main website is sosmusic.org, sosmusic.org. If you want to sign up for a veterans workshop, SOS4Vets, the number 4, sos4vets.org. If you want to sign up for the summer camp, sos4kids.org.
How many openings do you have for summer camp?
Summer camp, we have a total of 40 kids can be served, 10 per week. And, opening just happened right now. So we really just started.
Yep.
And it comes with lunch.
And it comes with lunch on both events. Lunch is provided for both, and thanks to our partners.
Absolutely. David, Matt, thank y'all so much for hopping in.
Brian, thank
Great
you
work.
for the love.
Y'all
and the
keep
time.
it up. Keep it up.
All right, brother.
We got a break for Your Money Now on Talk 107.3 FM. After that break, we're coming back to close it out. And no, we're not nearly done. It's going to get heavy next, right here on Talk 107.3.
Appreciate it, dude. Yeah.
Great to see you again.
Yeah, dude. I'll see you again.
We'll rock it out. Dude, when you get 5 minutes, let's have lunch, bro. When the hell do you have 5 minutes? How do you keep doing this every day? Red Bull. Okay. I'll get you some of that mixed fentanyl.
I would sleep for a month.
Dude, that was a great time. When he said they're mixing it.
Oh, Beauclair. Yeah.
No, don't tell me that.
If there was ever a legitimate push to legalize recreationally, that's it. If what you're buying on the street's going to kill you.
Now you're talking my language.
Later. The interview with the coroner, Rose made some eyebrows raised about what they're seeing out there.
You still want that Cassie video?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
She's a wily coyote. Wait, so what was the... I forgot what it's already called, but like, what is the... I made a joke about a party during this day.
You haven't Googled it yet?
No, I don't remember what it was called.
The Donner Party.
What is it?
They were making their way out west. They got stranded with no resources, and they turned to cannibalism.
Oh. Yikes. Yeah, that's not fun. And when did that happen?
1848, 1849, somewhere from there.
That's long.
With his eyes closed? Oh. Ooh! Yeah. Yeah, still photography is not his friend. Screen grabs are not his friend. Look, I hate the screen grab as well. The screen grab is my total nemesis. It's rare. It's a rare day that a screen grab doesn't show me not ugly yawning or looking like I'm vomiting or anything. Super Beef Finder says Hess was the lone tenant in Spandau Prison. Hey, Jeff Johnson, nice Dirty Dancing callback. I hope you're still watching, Jeff. Thank you. Hess from the World War II story in Spandau Prison. He says, that's it. Lose the history, dude. So I'm not dialed in enough on Cassidy looks like a pale ghost hovering over you. I'm not dialed in enough to fix it midstream, though. Billy's science knowledge is second to none. I like his litter abatement proposal to use giant bulldozers to push the trash off the edge of the earth. I had the litter abatement story, and I decided I'm beating up on him at this point. What is the lieutenant governor's reason for saying that? So the state legislature controls the budget for the Louisiana Seafood Promotion Board, and it's alleged that Jerome Zarang threatened to pull the funding for the Seafood Promotion Board, and that's why Lieutenant Nungesser said, you done messed with the wrong... You done messed up, A.A. Ron. He said, you picked a fight with the wrong guy. So now the Louisiana Seafood Promotion Board helps promote what our fisheries do. So that's why my next stop's got to be with the fisheries, is to know how this is actually going to affect all these industries, whether it be oysters or fish or whatever, scrimps, whatever. And apparently I've got to get a dolphin dermatologist at some point too. Damn it, I got to recapture everything I said earlier about abortion because I don't remember it and it was good. Like, that was promo worthy. Shit, I wasted it on commercial. I suck. 8:56, Talk 107.3 FM, WBRP. One segment to go here on Mornings with Brian Haldane. Thanks again to David St. Remain and Matt Tortorich for stopping by to talk about Songs of Survivors and the Beat Lab, as they're about to get into it with the summer camps. Just a fantastic program. I really wish they could multiply the size of it, though, because they're on to something. They're on to something that's going to be big. All right, we're not nearly done just yet, and thanks again to every guest who's been on today, from Dr. Wilson to Dr. Clark to Lieutenant Capola to Patty G back in the first hour as well. Yesterday, there was a vote in the Senate on an abortion bill looking to codify Roe v. Wade before the leaked document from last week or whenever it was becomes an actual Supreme Court decision. There was a vote on a bill, and that vote fell short, 51-49. Senator Bill Cassidy sounding off on his nay vote.
Majority Leader Schumer is seizing the opportunity to tee up a vote on abortion. But nothing this vote nothing that is contained within this bill will have anything to do with Roe v. Wade, and it does not have the votes to pass the Senate. The legislation Schumer's trying to push through is a messaging bill to energize their far-left base. The bill would legalize abortion up until the moment of birth. As the baby's head is crowning, the baby could be aborted, which puts the United States in a category with China and North Korea. The baby can be aborted when the baby feels pain and has the ability to survive outside the womb. It must be very clear Democrats are endorsing an extreme viewpoint by putting this particular legislation up for a vote. I have voted against this legislation before and will proudly vote against it again.
The bill did a number of other things as well. It allowed for abortions without an in-person visit or prescribed by a doctor. That, to me, is a big one, because one of the first conversations that comes up is the safety of the mother. Well, without an in-person visit from the doctor, how can you know? So that one fails, 51-49 up on Capitol Hill. Governor John Bel Edwards, who himself, he's pro-life, issued a warning yesterday saying he is going to veto House Bill 813 should it make it to its desk, because it makes moms murderers. It punishes the moms just as severely as it punishes the doctors in these cases. And the biggest takeaway I've got right now is this is irreconcilable. We are not going to come to a consensus on this. These are two sides that are so diametrically opposed. This is no longer a political debate. It's a holy war. And these two sides are never going to meet. All the rest of life that goes on around us is about to take a backseat to this one issue. This one issue that is going to dominate the headlines, dominate the riots, dominate the burning down of buildings, all of it. And we're not going to reach a conclusion. All right, Fox News reports next. Fox News rundown, whatever the shit. All right, y'all. Tomorrow, who do I have? Mary Bird Perkins coming on to talk about their Live Well BR. Haggai's out tomorrow, and in his stead, I've got political analyst David Gergen. No doubt I'm asking him about the Roe v. Wade stuff as well. Working on a few other things that I don't have lined up yet, so I don't want to jinx them. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, let's get it. It is LSU Daily, part of the Guarantee Podcast Network, powered by Presonus. I'm Matt Moscona. Glad to have you aboard with us here. Tomorrow, we will get you a full preview of the LSU Ole Miss baseball series. Today, with sans some action on a field or diamond today, what I want to do is actually talk a little football. We will talk to Gordon McKernan, of course, personal injury attorney who's been the centerpiece, really, of LSU's NIL efforts. That's coming up to give you an update in light of the new guidelines set forth by the NCAA. But wanted to start, anytime we get some type of morsel on Arch Manning, it's certainly going to be relevant, and that is the case today. Okay, that'll do it for us here on LSU Daily. If you haven't done so yet, please subscribe up to the podcast. iTunes, Spotify. Make sure you rate us, leave a review. We appreciate that greatly. And tell a friend if they want LSU content. We got it here for you every weekday for about 20 minutes or so on the LSU Daily Podcast, part of the Guarantee Podcast Network.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's that.
This is SP data.
Hearts touch with fire.